صلوات على محمد وآل Muhammad. Okay. May I ask everyone to sit down as we are going to start the meeting? One moment. Shahid Kaki. Welcome to the second day here where we continue the extraordinary constitutional conference. We'll start with the Holy Quran. We have an amazing talent within our community, Brother Ali Akbar Devji, and I'll say a few more words about him after that he has recited, inshallah. Let's welcome him with Salawat ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وإذ قال إبراهيم رب اجعل هذا البلد آمنا رب اجعل هذا البلد آمنا واجنبني وبني أن نعبد الأصنام رب إنهن أضللن كثيرا من الناس فمن تبعني فإنه مني ومن عصاني فإنك غفور رحيم. ربنا إني بواد غير ذي زرع عند بيتك المحرم ربنا ليقيموا الصلاة فاجعل أفئدة من الناس تهوي إليهم وارزقهم من الثمرات لعلهم يشكرون ربنا إنك تعلم ما نخفي وما نعلن وما يخفى على الله من شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء الحمد لله الذي وهب لي على الكبر إسماعيل وإسحاق إن ربي لسميع الدعاء رب اجعلني مقيم الصلاة رب اجعلني مقيم الصلاة ومن ذريتي ربنا وتقبل دعائي ربنا اغفر لي ولوالدي وللمؤمنين ربنا اغفر لي ولوالدي وللمؤمنين يوم يقوم الحساب ولا تحسبن الله غافلا عما يعمل الظالمون إنما يؤخرهم ليوم تشخص صدق الله العلي العظيم. اللهم صل وسلم وزد وبارك على رسول الله وآله الأطهار، على رسول الله وآله الأطهار. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. Please recite another salawat على محمد وآل محمد.
اللهم صل على محمد. طيب الله أنفاسكم, Brother Ali Akbar. Ali Akbar is a star in our community. He, after finishing A levels, went to pursue some short courses in the Hoja Ilmiya before he then continued to study medicine, which he is pursuing a degree at the moment. We pray for you, as in the Quran it says that, oh Allah, say me, my parents, and the mu'mineen. ربنا اغفر لي ولوالدي وللمؤمنين يوم يقوم الحساب. So inshallah, Ali Akbar, you have a fantastic future ahead and we would like to hear much more from you. I shall be giving the mic to Mr. Chairman. Welcome Al-Hajj Safdar Bhai Jafar with Salawat ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad.
Respected delegates, councillors, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Welcome to the second day of the Constitutional Conference. And how apt was the beautiful recitation right now. And the verse itself is a reflection of the proceedings of today, inshallah, with that note where from Surah Ibrahim, when Ibrahim was sent to Makkah, a barren land that had nothing, absolutely nothing. And he went there and he said, Allah, there is nothing on this land, but at least I pray that my progeny is protected in the remembrance of God, and that the hearts of the people yearn towards the house of God. Allah told Ibrahim, your role is to build the house. It is my job to bring the people there. And it is said that when Ibrahim called the people in that barren land from the loins and the wombs of mothers, the response was that we will go and perform our Hajj. So with that spirit, Ibrahim had nothing and he converted that barren land into the richest spiritual moment for our communities in the world as far as Makkah is concerned. Alhamdulillah, we already have a draft constitution and we can only do our best to ensure that our community deserves the best of the constitution. The rest is in the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So with that prayer, I would like us to commence the proceedings of today on day 2. It is a long day. It is probably a longer day than tomorrow. Others have some flights tomorrow evening. Others have to leave tomorrow evening. Others are even leaving in the afternoon. I hope people can stay till the end of the day. But we have to make significant progress today, inshallah. The SOP, the Constitution, the ADR, all these need to be discussed and deliberated. And before I hand over the discussions, to facilitate the discussions to the chair of the CRC, who will now continue on the detailed feedback that he has been given by regions and others, and then open discussion, and we already have a number of names ready. I just want to remind the House on the decor and the tone of our deliberations. We have been, alhamdulillah, so far you have been very supportive and all of us have worked in a harmonious way. And I hope this spirit continues. the spirit of qawlan ma'rufa, kind honorable words, the spirit of qawlan sadida, upright, right words, qawlan karima, gracious, respectful words, even if we disagree. Select the word and the tone we use, because sometimes you might say things inadvertently you don't even know, but somebody else will feel the pain. So let us try our effort to say things with measure, to do it calmly, but express anything that you want. That is your democratic right. We want to make sure that we have the best of the Constitution, and openness and fairness will be given to each and every individual. And please also try and keep your points succinct. Once you have conveyed the point, let's move on to the next speaker so we can optimize and get as many people to speak today, inshallah ta'ala. So with that, I will now request Arif Bhai Asaria to continue on the discussions. Thank you.
Before Arif Bhai Asaria comes in, most of you will have the badges. As communicated earlier, this is not mustahab, this is wajib. Why? This will also be an aid for you to be able to vote digitally. Some of you have lost the badges. We have at least heard 6 people who have forgotten them. Don't worry. Later on, I will remind again. When I remind, you will have to go to Iqbal Bhai Panju, who is not here at this moment. He's getting the new badges ready so that we have ihtiyat ready, okay? So please, those of you who have, please at least make sure that you have your badges around close by. Thank you. There will be more information, but so just it's fully transparent. On the back side, there are unique reg numbers to you, unique, all right? So that is the point. That is what you will use to validate when you do an anonymous voting digitally. Ahsantu. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Inna Allah ma'a sabirin. Mohsin Bhai, I was yesterday looking at you, and I was admiring you were, the tasbih. I manifested in my head, and today my dear colleague and friend from India Federation brought me a tasbih. I had never mentioned it to him, so we are on equal ground today, yeah? Let's make this a joyful, deliberative day, inshallah, with your support. Mr. President, if you allow me, Mr. Chair, if you allow me, I wanted to discuss a little bit about Hoja structures in general, in a bit of brevity, yeah? So that we can sort of see how good we are at things that we do, and we are probably the best of the communities at administration. And inshallah, we will continue to do so. If I can kindly ask the IT team to share my screen to the members. Let me know when it's ready. Is it ready? Hmm? 2 minutes. Kam tamne kahin jawab ho jayega. Sunte ji. Nahi na. Hamari le jo murabbi. Okay, so basically this is just my take, simplified version of the WF structure based on a Hoja model, yeah? So I've been told as a youngster, when a Hoja goes to a different place, when he's alone, he prays at home. When there's 2, they form a Jamaat. That's the grassroots. When there's 3, they form a federation. And when there's multiple federations, they form a conference, and then they decide who are we going to have to run this conference. So they decide, okay, we'll have the president elected, and then the president elects or nominates his office bearers, and that's a conference. But then here, we did this. So the Executive Council sits on top, amalgamates the president, office bearers, part of the conference, and calls it an Executive Council. That's fine. However, if you had given it power, absolute power, so that it could be effective. And so I outlaid the problems with the current constitution, potential problems, that you may allow the Executive Council to deliberate and make decisions that may be ultra-virus to the Constitution, or also be deferred by conference, reverse altered. So what we did in the CRC, when we looked at this as a unit, we said, the current conference, sort of said, what's the motivation of this? Perhaps in 2010 or whenever the last constitutional revision was, it was that we didn't have the current technology today, which is that we could have a conference virtually on a hybrid form, like we're doing today. We are meeting here physically, and there's many more meeting with us virtually. So it might be that to bring so many people together at a conference might be too costly and be difficult to do on an annual basis. So that's why we created a mini conference, in fact. Perhaps, I don't know the motivations, but perhaps that might have been one of the motivators to say, okay, we create a mini conference that will run between the actual triennial conferences. And the main difference between the mini conferences or the EXCO and the triennial conferences was that the triennial conferences, one agenda item specific was the election or ratification of the election of the president and subsequent elections of the office bearers. What we did and what we thought about is that, okay, now today, like any corporation would have, potentially we could bring the conference closer to the decision, to the executive or the office bearers, board of trustees, and have then accountability on a body that is ultimately responsible, which is the conference. So the proposal in the CRC today, or the draft document that we have before you, is to have an annual general meeting of the conference, so an annual conference. I also further looked at the Executive Council and its powers. I mean, we've discussed the powers, but nowhere in the current Constitution does it call for any specific amount of meetings. In fact, it doesn't even ask that you must have a meeting every quarter, twice annually, once a year even. However, the conference must be called on a triennial basis. So the Executive Council meets at the discretion of the office bearers or requisitioned by members of the Executive Council to meet and to discuss matters that have come before it, or some urgent, some on an ongoing basis. That's fine. Equally, we have allowed for provisions in the current Constitution for the members who requisition a conference equally. So from what you might have heard previously or thought to have believed or understood it, is that we're getting rid of the EXCO. We're not in fact getting rid of the EXCO. If we want, we are in fact merging them. They are one and the same. One is a mini, what you call the EXCO is actually a mini conference, and now we're merging, making it a conference, so that you can actually vote and resolve, and the decisions are accountable by yourself to your grassroots. So that was just to clarify. Now you can call for meetings monthly if you wanted, by the conference meetings, monthly, quarterly, biannually. Yearly is the minimum. Yearly is the minimum. So I wanted to allay those concerns. I wanted to go, Mr. Chairman, I know that you mentioned that we had the feedback from the grassroots. Unfortunately, we ran into some problems yesterday, and we've misplaced some of and I promised to bring it back perhaps after a short break. We'll just recollect. But in the meantime, I would like to take on any questions from the floor, because there might be some of the same categorization of questions, and I think you had the names already listed, so then we can take those questions from you.
Okay. First on the list is Muhammad Arif by Chagani. Bismillah.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Secretary General. There are just a couple of observations that I needed to make. One of them was relating to the EXCO. We like the fact that the EXCO is now, like the proposal is for the EXCO to be amalgamated with conferences on an annual basis, and it makes absolute sense. Because the EXCOs otherwise tend to be more of a form rather than substance, and just get in the way, it's more bureaucracy. So it does help to alleviate that a little bit, and we certainly like that that structure. So that's one comment. And the other one I would make would be to echo what Dr. Mohsin Jaffer said yesterday, is that the presidential elections basically do not have to be done at the grassroots level, because people do not quite understand or know the candidate per se, who they're voting for. And if that's done on a regional level, it makes more sense that way. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Muhammad Arif Chagani. Yeah, maybe I'll take a few more together, yeah.
Yeah. Shabir Bhai Najafi, Bismillah.
If there is in between, you can even ask them, but I would want to come after these two.
Okay, so we'll add them onto the list, inshallah. Okay.
They are on the list.
Yeah, one moment. So next one is actually then noted. Ali Hassan Bhai. Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. I just one question, and that was with regards to, I know we had a discussion with the e-voting yesterday, and we had the My Voice, I believe, who also presented, and thereafter, Arifai, you say that we have not selected them yet. This was just an initial presentation, but the FAQs on the presidential election for 2024 says that for the upcoming election, My Voice has been selected as the e-voting service provider already. So I just wanted some clarification on that, please.
Thank you, Ali Hassan. Yes, apologies on the it was selected as the company by CRC, but not confirmed at conference. So the FAQ should have stated selected or recommended to conference, right? So I apologize for that.
Okay. My colleagues, if you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but this is typical what Jafar Bhai Dharamsi would have probably said. Within the CRC, and before we came to the EXCO, if you remember, there was the point about using a trial vote. And they were shortlisted for us to go for trial. All the different regional federations had signed up to just proceed with trial. We thought a certain date, then it was around Bibi Fatima alayha salam's wiladat. But then, for some reason, that did not become a priority. So they were shortlisted for that, but no, as Arif Bhai said, that it is the conference which decides then who it is. So I think that is the key part element. Obviously, if something as a trial would have gone well, then probably the chances would have been greater for everyone to feel that this would have been a good. Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you. Next on the list we have Shahid Bhai Murji, please.
Assalamu alaikum. प्रमुख साहब माँ पास थोड़ा observations हता आ presentation ना बारा मा. So I would like to start with the SOP पहला. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ ગઈકાલ પ્રેઝન્ટેશનમાં આપણે જોયા કે એ જે એસઓપી છે નવું એમાં આપણે કહે છે કે વી શુડ ગો ઓન ઇલેક્ટોરલ વોટિંગ ને અ થર્ડ પાર્ટી કંપની હશે કે જે ઇલેક્શન્સને કન્ડક્ટ કરશે. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ આપણે શિયાએ અલી છે, આપણે આ જે ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ છે આપણી એ ઇમામે ઝમાનાની ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ છે. આપણે જે બી ડિસિશન લઈએ આજે બેસીને અહીંયા એ મગજમાં રાખીએ કે આ જે કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનને એસઓપી રિવ્યૂ આપણે કરે છે એ આજ વાસ્તે નથી કરતા, ફોર ધી કમિંગ 10, 15, 20, 50 યર્સ સુધી બી એનું પ્રોવિઝન રાખીને કરે છે. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ મારું એક જ વરી છે કે આજે જ્યારે આપણે કહીએ છીએ કે 1.5 લાખ હોજાનો ડાટાબેઝ આપણે એક થર્ડ પાર્ટી કંપનીને આપે છે ખાલી કે એક પ્રેસિડેન્ટના ઇલેક્શન વાસ્તે. આજે વર્ષોથી આપણે ઇલેક્શન્સ કરે છે, રિજનલ મેમ્બર્સ છે, રિજનલ ફેડરેશન્સ છે. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ હું એક્સકો મિટિંગમાં હતો અહીંયા એઝ અ ઇન્વાઇટી ને હું સાંભળ્યું તમારો સ્ટેટમેન્ટ જે તમે કીધા કે ભાઈઓ આ એક્સકો છે તમે ભરોસો કરો આપણા ઉપર, ને મને લાગે છે એક્સકો બહુ ફાઇન તેમ ભરોસો કરીને રેઝોલ્યુશન બી પાસ કરી હતી. ને મને નથી લાગતું કે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ કે એક્સકોએ કે કોઈ આ રિજનલ ફેડરેશન્સ કોઈ ફેરે, મને ખબર છે ઇલેક્શન્સમાં પ્રોબ્લેમ આવે, લેકિન પ્રમુખ સાહેબ આ છે જે ઇલેક્શન્સના પ્રોબ્લેમ છે એ મને લાગે છે કે તમે જેવા બી રૂલ્સ લઈ આવશો જ્યાર સુધી આપણે પોતે એ રૂલ્સને નહીં તોડે ત્યાર સુધી પ્રોબ્લેમ નહીં આવે. આ પ્રોબ્લેમ્સ બધા આવે છે બિકોઝ આપણે પોતે જે રૂલ્સ છે એને બેન્ડ કરે છે. તો મને લાગે છે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ આપણે એકવાર વિચાર કરે આ ચીજ ઉપર. આ ચીજ જે છે કે ડાટાબેઝ આખું એક થર્ડ પાર્ટીને આપવાનું, ખાલે ખુદા ન કરે કે કાંઈ થઈ ગયું 1.5 લાખ ખોજાનું ડાટાબેઝ થર્ડ પાર્ટી પાસે હોય. આ લાઈફ છે, આપણે વધારે નહીં બોલવું આના ઉપર, ચર્ચા નહીં કરું, ઓફલાઈન આવીને તમને સમજાવીશ મારું કન્સર્ન. મને લાગે છે કે જે તામ ચાલે છે રિજનલ ફેડરેશન્સ છે એ લોકો આપણા મેમ્બર્સ છે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના, તો આપણે એ લોકો ઉપર ટ્રસ્ટ રાખીને આગળ વધે એ ચીજ ઉપર. એ મારું એક ઓબ્ઝર્વેશન હતું એસઓપી ઉપર. કમિંગ ટુ ધી કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, મુરબ્બી ગઈકાલ બહુ ફાઇન તમ બોલી ગયા કે કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન જે છે એ કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન એકવાર ચેન્જ ન થઈ શકે, ઇટ્સ અ રિપીટિંગ પ્રોસેસ. ટાઈમ સાથે આપણે જવું ખબર. આજે આપણે અહીંયા બેઠા છે, જે સર્કમસ્ટાન્સીસ છે એના ઉપર આપણે ચેન્જીસ લઈ આવશું, લેકિન કાલે પાછો જરૂર પડશે આપણને કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન રિવ્યૂ કરવાની, કેમ કે ત્યારે જમાનો અલગ હશે, ત્યારે જમાનામાં બીજી વસ્તુ ચાલી હશે, આપણને અપગ્રેડ કરવું ખપશે પોતાને. લેકિન મારું એક સવાલ છે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, આપણે કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન ત્યારે બદલે ચેન્જ કરે કે ત્યારે કોઈ ચીજ આપણે એના સાથે ઇનલાઇન ન હોય. મને ખાલી એક નાની વરી છે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, તમે તમારી ટીમ જે છે ઓફિસ બેરની અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ બહુ સારું કામ કરે છે ને હું તમારા ઉપર પોઈન્ટ નથી કરતો, લેકિન આપણે વાત કરે છે આજના 10-15 વર્ષ પછીની વાત કરે છે. આ જે સ્ટ્રક્ચરલ ચેન્જ આપણે લઈ આવવા માંગે છે, પહેલાં આપણે પોતાને પૂછા કરે કે જે આ ઓગસ્ટ બોડીમાં આપણે પ્રેઝન્ટ છે, આપણે પોતાને પૂછા કરે કે આર વી રેડી ફોર ધીસ, આર વી રેડી ટુ ગીવ અવર રાઇટ. કેમ કે આ જે સ્ટ્રક્ચરલ ચેન્જ છે બોર્ડ ઓફ ટ્રસ્ટીઝમાં કાંઈ પ્રોબ્લેમ નથી, બોર્ડ ઓફ ટ્રસ્ટીઝ તો સેમ જ છે. આ કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનમાં 6 છે ને ડ્રાફ્ટમાં બી 6 છે. પ્રોબ્લેમ અહીંયા આવે છે કે આપણે કહે છે કે એક્સકોને આપણે રિમૂવ કરે. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ જેતામ હું સમજજો, મારી ભૂલ થઈ હોય સમજવામાં, કેમ કે હું લોયર નથી, હું જેતામ સમજજો કે આજે આપણે કહીએ છીએ કે બોર્ડ ઓફ ટ્રસ્ટીઝ એક્સકોને કાઢીને બોર્ડ ઓફ ટ્રસ્ટીઝ હોય 6 જણ. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ એ 6 જણમાંથી 2 જણ અપોઇન્ટેડ છે બાય ધી પ્રેસિડેન્ટ, 3જો પોતે પ્રેસિડેન્ટ ને 3 જણ કોન્ફરન્સમાંથી ઇલેક્ટેડ છે, તો ટોટલ 6. એ 6માંથી કોરમ મીટિંગ એટેન્ડ કરવા વાસ્તે એ 4 માણસોની જરૂર હોય છે ને એમાં પ્રેસિડેન્ટ પાસે કાસ્ટિંગ વોટ હશે. તો આર વી રેડી ટુ ગીવ that much power to the trustees? Are we ready for that? આજે આ ઇમામે ઝમાનાની ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ છે. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ આજે તમે છો અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ બધું ફાઇનતામ જાય છે. 15 વર્ષ પછી શું થશે, કોણ આવશે આ ખુરશી ઉપર, કોઈને ખબર નથી. આજે આપણે જે આફ્રિકાથી આવે છે ટાન્ઝાનિયામાં આપણે જોઈ લીધું છે, આપણા સાથે થઈ ગયું છે. આપણા સાથે થઈ ગયું છે રિસન્ટલી, જ્યારે ચેન્જીસ આવ્યા, નવી ગવર્મેન્ટ આવી, આપણે ઘણા પ્રોબ્લેમ પડ્યા હતા એમાં. હવે આપણે પૂછા કરે કે આર વી રેડી 6 જણ ઉપર આખી 1.5 લાખ ખોજાઓનું ડિસિશન 6 જણ ઉપર મૂકી દે. અને બેઝિકલી 6 નહીં હોય, અગર જોવા જાઓ તો એ એક માણસ થઈ જશે. કેમ કે જે પાવર એ લોકોને આપણે આપે છે ઓબીઝને, 1 વર્ષનું કોન્ફરન્સ, ઓકે કોન્ફરન્સ હોય છે 2 દિવસનું, બાકીના 360 દિવસનું શું? એ લોકો કાંઈ બી ડિસિશન લઈ શકે છે. આપણી પ્રોપર્ટીઝ દે કેન સેલ, દે કેન બાય. આજે એ લોકો ડિસિશન્સ લઈ શકે છે. આજે બીજા એવા ડિસિશન્સ એ લોકો કરી લે, કોન્ફરન્સમાં આવે, તમે રિવર્સ નહીં કરી શકો. આજે આપણે જોયા એક્સકોમાં આપણે રેઝોલ્યુશન પાસ કર્યા સ્ટેનમોર જમાતનું. આપણે કેમ પાસ કર્યા? કે આપણે કીધા કે બાના અહીંયા થોડીક મને લાગે છે ભૂલ થઈ ગઈ છે, બટ આપણે લીગલાઇઝ કરી નાખીએ. લેકિન હવે બીજી એવી ચીજો છે ફ્યુચરમાં થશે, આર વી રેડી? કરી શકશું એને રિવર્સ? તો મને લાગે છે આપણે એના ઉપર થોડોક જોઈ એ ચીજ ઉપર કે આ આટલું પાવર આપવાની જરૂર છે આપણને. નંબર 2 મારું પોઈન્ટ હતું કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન ઉપર કે સબસ્ક્રિપ્શન ઉપર. આજે બોર્ડ ઓફ ટ્રસ્ટીઝને આપણે એટલું પાવર આપીએ છીએ કે એ લોકો ડિસાઇડ કરે કે રિજનલ મેમ્બરનું સબસ્ક્રિપ્શન શું હશે. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, આપણે છે ને પ્રોવિઝન્સ રાખીએ બધી ચીજોનું. આજે 6 જણ બેસીને ડિસાઇડ કરે કે બને આફ્રિકાવાળા છે બહુ બોલ કરે છે, આ લોકોને બને વધારી દો તો આઈટમ થઈ શકે. હું કહેતો નથી કે તમે લોકો કરશો, ના, લેકિન પ્રોવિઝન આપણે રાખીએ છીએ આગળ. આપણને ખબર નથી કે કાલે શું થશે. બીજું છે આપણે કહીએ છીએ કે સ્પેન્ડિંગ, બીઓટી બોર્ડ ઓફ ટ્રસ્ટી સ્પેન્ડ કરી શકે છે એની અમાઉન્ટ ઓફ મની. કાંઈ એમાં આપણે લિમિટેશન નથી રાખ્યા. આજે એકલું ફ્રી હોલ્ડ, એકલું પાવર જરૂર છે દેવાની? નથી જરૂર દેવાની મને લાગે છે. એટલે આપણે વિચાર કરીએ, એકલા જ આપણે ભેગા થયા છે બધા. બીજું મારું છે ઇશ્યુ પ્રમુખ સાહેબ કે આજે એક ક્લોઝ છે એમાં માસ રેઝિગ્નેશનનું. એ મને થોડુંક મને સમજમાં નથી આવ્યું. આપણે કહીએ છીએ કે જ્યારે માસ રેઝિગ્નેશન થશે, સોરી, આજે આપણે કહીએ છીએ જ્યારે માસ
શાહિદભાઈ, sorry, just hold the thought. Mass resignation, yeah. How much more do you have? Last one, Shukriya, thank you.
આજે આપણે કહીએ છીએ માસ રેઝિગ્નેશન જ્યારે થશે ત્યારે સેક્રેટરી જનરલ આવી જશે ખુરશી ઉપર 45 ડેઝ, મને લાગે છે, આઈ એમ નોટ મિસ્ટેકન, 45 ડેઝના અંદર એને કોન્ફરન્સ બોલાવવું ખપશે. સેક્રેટરી જનરલ ઇઝ એન અપોઇન્ટેડ ઓફ પ્રેસિડેન્ટ. હા, આજે પ્રેસિડેન્ટ જ નીકળી ગયો તો સેક્રેટરી જનરલ કેતા મી ચીજને ઓલું કરશે. તો there are some things we should think. મને લાગે છે, મારું વ્યૂ એ છે કે આપણા મુરબ્બીઓ જે છે આગળ અહીંયા બહુ સારું કામ કરી ગયા છે. આ કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનમાં આપણે જોઈ જે ચીજ બહુ જરૂરત હોય એની આપણે ચેન્જીસ લઈ આવે. એમાં ઘણી ચીજો સારી છે, તો આપણે જોઈ એ ચીજ ઉપર ને કામ કરે. આસન પ્રમુખ સાહેબ.
Ahsan, thank you very much. Salim by Hamir.
Thank you, Chair. So, I've been thinking about what you've been saying about the moving of powers of ESCO, and the suggestion is a very good suggestion in relation to moving it to some to the conference and some to the Board of Trustees, and with conference bringing it every year is a very valid suggestion. I also take your suggestion in respect to the ultra virus and non-compliant with the UK charity law in relation to the suggestion what Makbul Bhai made, that the fiduciary responsibility, which is one of the key power which lies with the trustees. And I don't think the people realize that the current model of EXCO has to be abolished because of the the 2020 changes, which was highlighted in yesterday's presentation. That has to move away. You want the fiduciary responsibility properly executed with all the decision makers. my only issue I find what you said about was the board of trustees who have a lot of power in the current constitution because of the fiduciary responsibility. So it's not question of ke kelu power che loka paase. The power to already che, right? Now it's question of we're abolishing the exco. How much power can we reduce by finding a different way of doing things? And this is where I find that when you say the governance lies at the conference, I agree the governance of the strategic side of it lies at the conference. The governance of operating side is nowhere in this proposed structure. And hence, the proposal of Board of Trustee of 6, which has the current power in its current form, is fine. But however, when you talk about amalgamation of EXCO into trustee with just the 6 trustees, I don't see as an amalgamation. I find that as a, how do I say, abolishing it. If you increase the numbers, then I can say, yes, that's an amalgamation. Now, obviously, no doubt, 80 plus EXCO members cannot be trustees. It's not workable. So it's a question of how much can we reduce the numbers at the Board of Trustee. But it's very, very important that we introduce independent trustees at the Board of Trustee level who have fiduciary responsibility and who have the powers to participate in governance of the operating side. So when we come at the conference, they should have an agenda item to talk about the governance side of it. So I think there needs to be the proposal in the Board of Trustee. I believe it's a, for me, it's a big red line that it misses the point on the operating governance side of it. And that is, I think is very vital. I also have issues on the e-voting, but I think I'll have to leave it till when we discuss about the e-voting. And I don't think e-voting can be introduced at each regional level, because literally yesterday, the person making that presentation clearly said the data will be in UK. You automatically are gonna, because of the laws of US and laws of Europe and laws of in Africa as well, and India, they have restriction on where the data lies. Automatically, that model, it's completely killed. Unless what Arif Bhai said is a different way where regionals can take care of their own election using the e-voting, and they take care of it, then there is a merit to consider that. But I think that should be left at the regional level rather than controlled by the WF on the e-voting side.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah, thank you. With regards to the governance or the structure change from EXCO merging with conference, the discussions took place in the CRC. As we pointed out yesterday, there wasn't full agreement on it. And getting the feedback from both the regions, councillors, delegates, and just grassroots, we accepted that perhaps our view of it is the integrity of perhaps you looked at it from a familiarity perspective, And yeah, so I agree with you that I think there's a point of order? By whom?
Yes, go ahead.
Pramukh Sahib, with a lot of humility and respect to the chair of the CRC, may I ask that all observations are received? Because this way we will keep on getting repeated observations, we'll get interrelated observations.
Yeah.
And
thank you.
So because we've had a couple of remarks, then one response, then another couple of remarks. If we can have consistency that all remarks are received and then a collective response,
so
it will be far more expedient.
Thank you, point noted. I had asked the CRC chair that whenever he wants to intervene in between, because we were expecting to take 5 to 6 observations and then have have a, because if we make it very intense, it's probably also we are going to lose the essence. So after every 5 to 6, I thought we will refer to him, but I think he jumped on this one earlier. So Arif Basari, I suggest we go to 5 to 6 observations and then you come up with a, I think that might be more better way of, if we can make notes, yeah? Point? You have a point of order? Go ahead, they have a point of order, go ahead.
I think we just need to bring to the attention everyone that look, the charity law inconsistency with the existing constitution we highlighted yesterday. It is not true or not absolutely correct to say that EXCO is being, removed in the structure because of charity law. No, that is not the argument. The argument is because if you then bring if you bring annual conferences plus frequent conferences, are you duplicating EXCO in any way? That is the point. Of course, it is a view that you need to take.
Is this a point of order or an explanation of?
It's a point of order, Mr. Chairman, because it's misinformation. The abolition of the EXCO is not because of the charity law. That's the point of order.
I think the
Maqbool Bhai, through his goodness, gave the explanation why that is a point of order. Thank you so much, Maqbool Bhai.
Okay. Thank you. I think what we will do is we will take 3 more comments and then we will come to CRC. I think we'll take 5 to 6, make it informed, then go to CRC, okay?
But the existing remains, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, of course.
Murtaza Bhai Kanani.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Over the past couple of days, I've been listening to conversations and I've been partaking in conversations, and the President's address on the first day. But what happens sometimes on the ground, knowingly, unknowingly, what is said is not what is actually happening on the ground. So the way I propose we'll look at it is look at this, rather than going down into comments on everything, if we first look at it holistically and look at the structure of our organization and the purpose it's here to serve. I mean, the President made it very clear. The purpose of the World Federation is to serve the federations and to serve its members. And going down that line, the purpose of the federations is to serve the Jamaats. And the purpose of the Jamaats is to serve its grassroots. Now, I've worked at various sides of this coin, and there sometimes is a lot of tension or disagreements, and it all comes down to the lines being blurred on purpose. There'll be tensions between a Jamaat and the Federation and the World Federation, and it all comes down to the lines being blurred. If we first clarify all the purposes, we clarify how the hierarchy, and I'm using the word hierarchy very loosely because I do know that a lot of people don't like it being called a hierarchy, but it is a hierarchy. The hierarchy is, and the World Federation is a strategic body for the regions. The regions are a strategic body for its region, and the Jamaats are the implementers. If we cement that, that'll be the first step towards smooth running. So then it begs a few questions. Now, when you look at this, the first question that keeps popping up is, oh, are we yielding too much power? I don't even think we need to be looking at it from that perspective. If everyone's objectives are clear, there won't be any crossover. It doesn't even come to the question of power. But either way, that can be resolved. When it comes to the balance of power in trustees, would propose 12 trustees rather than 6. Right? That way, you can have a check and balance, if we need one, within the organization itself. The next level would be the conference. Now, when you look at the conference, executive council conference, a lot of duplication. It's not mandatory that the conference only meets once a year. It can meet every 3 months if necessary, right? Fact of the matter is, under charity law, and I stand to be corrected here and interrupted at this point, the fiduciaries in charity law are the trustees. The conference cannot absolve the trustees from their responsibility. So if they're responsible, and Makbul Uncle eloquently put it, that the conference cannot absolve the trustees from their responsibility. The conference can give direction to the trustees that could be breaking the law. Are they meant to do it? They can't. Because they're responsible. So we have to be cognizant of that. So that means you need to balance there should be a balance of power within the trustees. So when you drop all that down, you come to the formation of the conference. What has been proposed, I don't see anything wrong, but that is open to discussion with everyone. And the more important question comes to who elects the president. If you take that chain of thought upwards, the election of the president should be by the conference. Who are their members? So if you put that basic structure into place, then talking about the individual clauses of the constitution is all semantics, and you know what? They've never claimed to be perfect. So there could be some changes that's required, but if we adopt this generally, I think we can make headway. Thank you so much.
Sabira Bailaka.
Assalamu alaikum. So very briefly, I've got 5 points and I'll try and get through them very quickly and refrain from giving examples. However, if somebody has not understood what I've said, please give me the opportunity to clarify that with examples later on. Because that's what happened yesterday. I got misunderstood and people thought I was talking about the pub, and when I wasn't. The point was accessibility for women in conversations. So if there are misunderstandings, please approach me and I'll give you further examples to clarify my point. Thank you. Okay, so number one, I commend the CRC for wanting to increase accessibility and opportunity for women and the youth. Very much a way forward. However, it is incumbent upon the World Federation to set that example. So whilst the duty has been put on the regional federations that our delegates must have a set number of women and youth, the elected and appointed councillors from the World Federation, there is no such restriction. Now, if the example isn't set from above, then it is not right to then make it incumbent upon the hierarchy going downwards. So my proposal would be that the elected and appointed executive councillors from the World Federation should also have the same requirements as imposed on the regional federations for exactly the same worthy reasons that we have been given. So there's parity in requirements across the board. Number two, all regional federations currently come to the table as equal brethren. There is no hierarchy or imbalance of power based on population. Now, at the moment, what happens is we all come with same number of councillors, same number of delegates. What that does is that whatever our population, whatever our financial strength and contributions, when we come to the table, we are equal brothers and sisters. We talk to each other as equals. Now, the moment you bring in the disparity of population or wealth or contribution in other ways that can be measured, what you are creating is might is right. And that will disenfranchise the smaller federations. And there will be a disengagement at conference. And the contributions that the smaller federations make, we will lose that. And also, what kind of message are we sending? That, might is right, and that's not the Islamic way forward. The Islamic way forward is that we come together as equal brothers and sisters, and that's what we enjoy today. We sit around here all as equals. There is no disparity between us. It doesn't matter which region you come from, doesn't matter which accent you speak in, we are all equals. But the moment you bring in what is proposed, we will cease to have that equality, and that will create other tensions that, alhamdulillah, we don't have at the moment. We have a lot of global affection and respect for each other as regional federations. Number 3, we have had many discussions on the concentration of powers within 6 trustees. Now, COAGE is a really good example. We have 36 trustees, and it works extremely well. So then what happens is the 36 trustees give direction as to the projects, the expenditure, the way forward, and the activities of COAGE. But within the 36 trustees, we then have 6 operational trustees. And those 6 operational trustees are burdened with the day-to-day activities of the organization. Now, I'm not suggesting that we have 36 trustees for WF, but it's an example of how having more than 6 trustees would work, because it works really well for us. We are compliant with charity law. It means that all the Jamaats have a stake as members within the institution. And everybody shares that fiduciary duty. So the example that Murtaza Bhai gave of direction being given that potentially could be illegal, that example doesn't then come to play, because everybody has a fiduciary duty as members and trustees of the organization. So as COAGE had proposed in the letter of 28th October, we have the 6 regional federations, the heads of them, whether you have them as presidents or other members of the office bearers. We have them as co-trustees, but not operational trustees, because then the regional federations as members are stakeholders with fiduciary duty. So like a jemte watu na kari shake, because the members with fiduciary duties. And that's quite important, because the regional federations need to feel they have a stake in the WF. They own the WF, and therefore the reputation of WF is their responsibility. At the moment, there's disengagement, and therefore it's quite okay for a regional federation to be negative of the WF publicly. I think once we become trustees and feel that we are active stakeholders, we will have responsibility to enhance the reputation of the WF, just as our trustees at COAGE have that responsibility. Number 4, I concur with Dr. Mohsin Jafar and his proposal that we should move away from grassroots elections and move to conference elections. And this was also expressed by our Vice President at COAGE. It is really important that we maintain the respect of our federated structure. And the federated structure at the moment means that we are federations of federations, and we must have regard for that. There are lots of problems with going to grassroots. One of the biggest problems that we had is that in trying to have connection between the presidential candidates and the grassroots, what we unfortunately see is an enormous amount of fitna in social media. Now, it is not acceptable for our presidential candidates, from which one of them will become the president of the head of the whole global Khoja community, to be slandered, to be abused, to be brought down into the mud. We must continue to have regard for our leadership, just as our parents did and our forefathers did. We must bring back the notion of respect for leadership, respect for those who give up their time with their family, for their business, to come and serve the community. They cannot be abused in social media with impunity, because they're anonymous in the way that has been happening. Now, when we go to grassroots, we can't control that. But the moment we have conference elections, we'll bring back that respect. Now, the idea that WF has to engage with grassroots, that engagement takes place once the president has been elected. Then the president travels around the world, meeting all the Jamaats through the regional federations, with the regional federation, thereby empowering the regional federations, maintaining the respect of the WF, but creating that engagement with the grassroots. The other way that can happen is that the regional federations can engage with the Jamaats to get feedback from their membership as to what they would like to see from the WF. And that way, the Jamaats will then engage with the regional federations, and the grassroots will have a say in what they would like to see from the WF. It also takes away a lot of impurities that we see with the elections. I refrain from calling them electoral fraud, but there are impurities in how elections are conducted or perceived to be conducted. By having them at conference, we will do away with all those issues of whether the elections are conducted free and fair, because they will be done at conference by delegates. However, my serious recommendation is that the candidates must be allowed to stand, even if they're not delegates, because we can't have a closed shop. So anybody who physically attends the conference thereby shows that the serious candidates are able to stand. That also takes away the idea that we're currently a closed shop, that you need to have a certain amount of wealth behind you to be able to stand as a candidate, which means that all the middle-class professionals who are employed potentially are not given that same accessibility to be candidates for president when they're very competent, and those are the kind of people we want to bring in. Now, alhamdulillah, we currently have a president who is a professional, but because you have the privilege of having your own business, you had the financial strength to have the global elections where you were able to go to grassroots from Jamaat to Jamaat. But majority of our professionals are employed and don't have that privilege of wealth backing them. So we don't want to be a closed shop that you need to be wealthy in order to stand for elections. That again is one of the wrong perceptions within the community. The community must be accessible to all, regardless of wealth. It should be based on competency and track record. It should not be based on how rich somebody is, that it should not be a privileged class for candidacy. If we are not able to concur as conference on having conference elections, and conference decides here that we will have grassroots elections, then COAGE's recommendation was on the 28th of October that we must have regional federations conducting the elections. And we see that when regional federations conduct elections, they are relatively smoothly conducted, because WF, being right at the top, is burdened with having to implement elections globally. There are cultural differences, there are differences in opinions on how things are done. So a very clear example, this year we had Africa Federation elections. Amin Bai was elected. Yes, there were concerns in the electoral process, but those concerns were rectified internally. They didn't cause the fitna that we see at WF level. And then when we have fitna at WF level, other conspiracies come up, other issues come up that are just not true. But when you leave it at regional federations, we know our Jamaats, we know our grassroots. We are able to implement these elections fairly quietly, fairly peacefully, where the elections are seen to be held free and fair. It also does away with the allegations of corruption and how votes are bought by candidates in different federations. Now, I accept that all federations are not the same, and some federations need assistance. So those federations that need assistance, we as WF should pay for those regional federations to be given that assistance. So if there is a region that needs to have an external body to conduct the elections, yes, we should pay for them to get that service, because we are here to serve all regions and meet the needs of all regions. But we cannot have one brush stroke for all regions, because majority of the regions don't need the assistance of WF to conduct our elections. A very good example is Pakistan Federation. They are so ahead, they already have electoral voting. They don't need WF assisting them to conduct the elections. Number 5, you'll be pleased to know I'm on my last point. a lot of the work, the lot of good work done by the CRC, where they were compelled to spend hours and hours of their valuable time in serving the community as CRC, was incumbent upon them because of the CIO model that we had preferred as an organization. And at that time, the wisdom was that the CIO model was the correct model for our institutions. However, we now don't have the privilege to become CIO immediately. We don't know when we will be given the permission to become CIO. And once permission is granted, we then will be in the waiting queue to be granted the CIO status by the Charity Commission, and there's a long waiting queue. So it could reasonably be another 2 years before we obtain CIO status. In the meantime, the recommendation is that we consider other alternatives to the CIO model, which is better suited to how our institutions are set up. The CIO model works very well when you are a single policy charity like Save the Donkey. They have one issue, and that's what they do. They don't own the donkeys, they don't breed the donkeys, they just pay for those donkey farms to look after the donkeys. And in that case, the CIO model is great. But our charities are far more complex. We have multiple assets, and we have multiple agendas that we need to serve. So the CIO model, which is a singular model, doesn't work for us. At the same time, we need to safeguard our trustees from personal liability. So we need to look at alternative options that suit us better. So it's very dangerous now to have a whole revamp of our structure based on the CIO if in the end we're not going to be CIO incorporated and we're going to go for an alternative option. Thank you.
Mohsin Bhai Kanji. Bismillah, Mohsin Bhai.
I have just been, to be transparent, just been discussing with the CRC team how they would want to respond. And my suggestion as chair was that we are moving in the right momentum now. We are getting some solid feedback on 3 to 4 key areas, the SOP component and the structure. And I think when we have that framework feedback, then the team could come back and respond holistically rather than on a piecemeal basis. Yeah. So I think we'll continue with that spirit, Mohsin Bhai.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Yesterday we've heard the CRC give us their concept and their understanding and how they have put this together and what is the thinking and the policy behind it. I'd like to start by, and I think yesterday I said enough about the difficulty and the effort, and so in the interest of time we'll probably do a collective vote of thanks at the end of this, and that's not because we want to hold judgment, but I think yesterday I already said it's not an easy task. What I would like to do is make a few comments or observations and at the same time seek some clarifications. So if I can, in the most polite and humble way, suggest that if some of these are noted, then I can go through them pretty quickly and you can then choose when you want to respond to them. A lot has been discussed about structure, so I'll just get straight into it. And I'm pretty much restricting myself to constitution and process, not onto the SOP, because I think it's, again, a sort of chicken and egg, but perhaps even more cart before the horse issue, because it has to be grounded in the Constitution before we move to talk about the SOP. Happy if invited at some point, or if I feel the burning desire to then say what's the process, how do we go forward, because that's really where it comes back to. A lot has been talked about EXCO and the override. The question I pose is that in my memory of being involved in this institution from about 20 years ago in and out, I do not recall an instance where conference has overridden a decision of EXCO. So, and I stand corrected. And I think it's important to understand that pretty much the complete power of the Federation sits with EXCO. So there isn't a restricted power. I also think it's important to understand that EXCO is perhaps a more tried and tested version, a 100-year history of our community, or where our Jamaats are run by managing committees. I also had the privilege, social media can be useful sometimes, where somebody started circulating, I think it was the 1990 conference, or the one that led to the 1990 conference. And in that particular discussion, you know, and perhaps people should take time to listen to it, and I don't think it's fair to go into it. I'd rather make my points on this. But our structure has always been, a lot of reference at that meeting is made onto that it was FED's structure and constitution that fed into significantly, at the time, the creation of the World Federation one. So coming back to the point is our structures have been managing committee driven at a slightly higher level. That's how the Supreme Council in Africa Federation operates, because you have many more Jamaats and stakeholders which we want to bring together. And therefore, it is a larger, much larger managing committee. Now, when I left, we had a sizable EXCO of about 40 people, ish. And I think that worked well. Along the way, we've gone on to 70, which I'm not sure is an efficient platform for a meeting or strategic management and debate. Which then brings in the question, if we're trying to move to a more efficient organization, then does moving from 71 EXCO with Dubai as a non-associate, as an associate, to 120 really drive efficiency, or goes in the opposite direction? The other point is that we have, EXCOs don't meet before conference. This is an oddity. They meet at prior to or post, generally, post the tri-annual conference. Otherwise, EXCO meets really 6 monthly or whatever. Fair comment that there isn't anything provided for, but in convention, we have generally met once or twice a year. It used to be twice a year. We've now made it once a year, perhaps the size. And in my view, or my opinion, of how the structure evolved from managing committees, is that that particular EXCO is closest to the operations and to the management. And I will seek penance to say that it is not easy to have a debate within 150, 60, or 120 people, at least strategic, governance, etc. It is the General Assembly. But my mind, we have corporations where we have management, senior management sit with the board of directors. That's how I see EXCO. And then you have the shareholder of the General Assembly. So I just wanted to suggest a different perspective on where we are and what is the thinking behind it. Fundamentally, the issue, I guess, and has been expounded, is if that is the case, that rationality doesn't sit, or would like to understand, why would those powers, complete powers that currently sit with EXCO, and there isn't much differentiation in between conference, why would that be transferred to the Board of Trustees and not left with the conference if it's meeting annually? So, and in terms, I mean, I'm very happy Again, I don't want to go into that, but I think there have been some tremendous comments about working together, the blood artery being the Jamaat, our needs. I'm grateful for the clarification about the 75% majority, constructive criticism, any matter to be discussed. Really, these are the sort of, and I'll touch on it when I come, hopefully, inshallah, very quickly onto the CRC process, about the transparency with which we are trying to get this process going and working together. We've acknowledged the regional federations are the shareholders, stakeholders, etc. And I think you have heard enough about concerns on the CLC, particularly where it's non-binding. Now, I appreciate shall and may, but if we say in one place that as and when required, and in another place we say must consult in the constitutional clauses, then there is a contradiction in there, in the terminology.
What's a CLC?
Sorry, Consultative Leadership Committee, where we're saying the regionals are involved. But in some places we're saying non-binding, we're saying as and when required. Yesterday there was some clarification that said, but they must consult. Now, it's within the same constitution, two different clauses, and there it creates clearly a tension. Whilst I'm on that subject, I'm going a little bit off track, but we also have a slight problem where I think we're defining clauses in the definitions, but then referring them to clauses in the main body. Now that's creating a circular scenario. The purpose of definitions really is to define, but you can't put definitions and say, oh, we refer to clause that. So I actually think the COID structure is useful. I think that is per se the fallback scenario. When we had the unfortunate situation of mass resignations at the June 2020 EXCO, some of the advice the Charity Commission came back with is that the EXCO is what is the holding position. So smaller EXCO, I've already said something along those lines. I mean, debate, yes, but open to that. Model, and I'll come to this in a second. Words have to convey, written words have to convey the essence and the meaning. We can't say, but you know, we put the proposal, it's there, but let me explain what we mean. Because at 5 years down the line, we're going to read what's there and interpret what's there. So appreciate that we need to sit and clarify, but once a notice of change is put on paper, it has to stack up and stand up to what it means. Because that's the whole purpose of legislation. That's what constitutions are about. And alhamdulillah, I mean, again, we've said there's a lot of appreciation to say there's room for improvement, there's room for discussion, and that's what we're trying to do. Moving on rapidly, I'll deal with these two very succinct points and then move on to EXCO being a subset and the changes in the Charity Act. Ladies, Sabira Bai has thrown it back. I was trying to look at the office bearers because it's a fair comment and I'm sure they've taken it on board. In principle, I think the recommendation is very healthy and should be there. The question is, should that be an imposition on the regional federations? And I'm sure we can debate and discuss and find a way to work around it. But that's where, you know, and there's a whole bigger debate that I appreciate Montu going into, but I don't know now if we are in that mindset or mind frame to actually have that conceptual strategic debate that Safdar referred to in his opening speech, you know, a policy or a vision of how we want to see this organization. We have entrenched clauses in the Constitution. Now, we have 32.1 and 32.2, and they are totally contradicting each other because 32.2, if I'm right, says it's tomorrow, it's in force, and 32.1 says it's subject to Charity Commission. So it's not clear, and in fact, there is clearly a recipe for problems there. It's contradictory. One or two, again, smaller ones. Look, yes, we talk about the Electoral Commissioner being independent, but then he's subject to being nixed as and when the Board of Trustees feel that he should be nixed, as in excused of his responsibilities. So And again, we come to ADR, and I know that there is some difference there, but the notice that's put out there says not just the appointment of the ADR, but the rules of ADR are also from the Board of Trustees. Now, in the best of spirit, and we all understand, we cannot have the judge, jury, and executioner sitting in one place. So, and I think that that's already been acknowledged. EXCO in the structure is the first tier of governance, and there are, in my view, two. In any event, the Charity Act or the Charity Commission has no problem with 2 or 3 tiers. There is nothing carved in stone as far as that is concerned. We shouldn't be necessarily driven by that.
This is 2-tier.
This is generally appreciated and accepted as 2-tier, and that's what I want to explain, and that touches on some of the issues within Charities Act as well. The office bearers are a subset of EXCO. That's what we understood from what Charity Commission said. That's what we understand from, and I know you touched on and made a lot about 7.2 and 29. Now, if I can suggest, first of all, the Charity Act is of 2022. It is not yet in force. I think it is coming in force sometime at the end of this month. It does not have a restriction. It mainly talks about remuneration of trustees, and it talks about endowment expenditure. So what is endowed, and that's the focus of it. But Makbubai, thank you for giving that clarification to the House, because it's important we make our decisions on a basis of informed decisions. So 7.2 really is a balancing act of where, and Montu isn't here, where the conference, because or the EXCO holding the power and forces a decision. 7.2 is where they will be exonerated if they are forced to comply with the decision of EXCO and or conference. That's the reason it's there. It's the balancing act. So in multiple places, when you look at the Constitution holistically and not clause by clause, you see that the intent of the drafters was very much that these people are going to conduct the day-to-day affairs, but the authority sits with EXCO and above EXCO with conference. But when between conferences, EXCO has all the powers, and as I said, I do not recall ever there being an override. 29 may be a hodgepodge in its drafting, and that is some learning we need to take today about being careful. I think constitutions are beasts, and the reason why we have 60 days notice or 120 days notice, because the clause says that the notice and the proposed amendments should be sent out 60 days prior to convening the extraordinary, and it's 60 days to convening. It doesn't say 60 days prior to the meeting. If I say, Bayo, Shabdani Mara Mari to Constitution ni maja che. For those who enjoy it, but you know, we try to, that's the whole idea of governance. We try to set rules and live by them, because we all understand, even this House, being the supreme body, is still subservient to the Constitution. It cannot freely, without due notice and resolution and etc., you know, decide to change things. That is the limitations the law and we ourselves have put on ourselves. So 29, I see it as, yes, not a very good draft, perhaps happened on the fly, and people thought it's a good idea, and let's do something about it. But I think embodies the autonomous nature of federations and Jamaats within the World Federation structure. Do you remember that Jamaats and federations existed long before the World Federation came in? And hence, the idea of a confederation coming together as an umbrella body was where I see the spirit of 29. I want to, having made those comments, and I hope there were, if there is any clarification, I'm happy to. Having made those, I want to touch on a few issues of process, both within our constitution, but also as far as the CRC is concerned. And I'll start by the CRC. I really have to say that I appreciate the transparency with which the CRC has put everybody up there and asked everybody to give their view and their comment. That's how we want to go, really, and I really appreciate that, because we've seen the divergent views. I did notice, and I observed, that Pakistan Federation is not there. Australia, I think, I'm not sure if they're absent or not present. I just wasn't clear if my brother Ali Hassan Ali was always the representative of Nasimco, or was there a change or something there. We also observed that COA just said that it objected to some things, and there was, with Rasul Bhai, with all his love and passion for the community. And that's what we need to, bring into here, because that passion is what's going to drive us to excellence. And FED, as on occasions, objected or abstained. But what we see is clearly there is some divergence of views. It's not unanimous, but there is an understanding that it needs 75%, and the regional federations being present is the idea, to get the buy-in there so that we get the 75% threshold. What I have to say, and again, in very measured terms, is if that was the case, I'm surprised that the CRC did not come with an alternative proposal, because clearly there were divergent views. So would it have been good for conference to look at two models, for example, because clearly there's divergence? Makboubai, I have to say this, if you don't mind. Yes, you held an independent view, and that's great. But I'm not sure if I picked up that you said whether you voted or not. So I'll just make that observation. I think enough said on that. Moving on, in terms of general process, I think we have already expressed some views and touched on, and this is again part of clarification of something you said, Makboubai, about the remit or the mandate of the CRC. You said that it's the title of the document. It isn't, because the title of the document is the standard operating procedure for electing the World Federation president, whereas what we refer to in the resolution says Constitution, and I clarified that yesterday, Constitution, SOP for presidential elections. And that's perhaps where the confusion is. In addition, the CIO paper very openly said that there would be minimum changes to the Constitution and or the so these were dovetail. I remember, and Alhamdulillah, we have a much more conducive and perhaps because we're all meeting each other and the spirit is flowing, maybe the fiber optic is not being able to carry the nafs and the ruhani that we have while sitting together. But in May 2021, I did make an observation that I'll be putting the cart before the horse in terms of the CIO and the CRC. And in addition, gentlemen, we specifically provided for a structure for IDRC, Internal Dispute Resolution Committee. So it does bag, and I think Shabiba has already touched on the fact that the context of the whole discussion, how we were going to move forward, is very clear in terms of what the intent of the House, at least to me and to others, was. But in addition to that, the phraseology of the resolution, which talks about for presidential elections, not the exact title of the SOP document, then you could say that's two things, but it was these two on that subject. And the CIO bit as well. Now, there is another small problem here, and it says that the findings, recommendations, and the resolutions will be put forth to the extraordinary in June 2023. Has the CRC, instead of coming here with the findings and recommendations of how a future World Federation structure and or elections and or should be, or have we sort of gone a bit ahead and actually now put in a full-blown proposed constitution on the table. We were in the CRC in 2020. It's very tempting to correct that grammar and the comma and words which we all understand, but we were always held back to say, that's our remit. Let's not extend to it. Two final points. I'm sorry, but I have to raise them. It would be against my conscience if I wouldn't bring this to the attention of the House. The CRC is working on a version of the Constitution which isn't the latest version of the Constitution. Now that creates a slight problem. The CRC is working on a version of the Constitution which isn't the most updated Constitution. There was an amendment passed by Order of Charity Commission on the 9th of December 2021 before the Ras Al Khaimah Exco. And that's not the version we are working on. And the reason I apologized in advance, we might need to have a break after this, is that that particular amendment says that online and hybrid meetings are meetings where each participant would be able to see and hear and communicate with each other at all times. We cannot see, perhaps those who are on hybrid can see us at this point in time. We cannot see them at this time. So there's two things here. One is the CRC working on the latest version of the Constitution? But the other bit is, and it's in the spirit, gentlemen, please, I hope that it's seen in that way. It's in the spirit of having, and my conscience would have been, no, look, we're working in a very positive spirit. Please see it in that. It's passion, because I know it's hard in this community and anywhere else. It's the same whether it's the Hindu or the Ismaili community. We work with them sometimes in constitutions, where it's not easy to get things over. And the history of this community, I mean, perhaps people who are around, Mohsin Bhai Dharamsi, others, no, Mullah's been pulling teeth when he wants to change constitutional amendments. That little video clip gave us an. So in all that real, genuine spirit, I needed to flag that, because when I was trying to look at it, I said, hang on. Yeah, because I noticed this in terms of the hybrid meeting and how people aren't present. And in what we've taken on is we're only talking about communicate, but not must be able to see, hear, and communicate with each other. I'll stop there. I hope that all of that I said in the beginning, and I left this for last, not for any other reason, but my constructive feedback comes on board. There is something here which I think we probably need to pay attention to and see how we can find a solution to. That shouldn't overshadow, hopefully, please, the rest of the constructive, hopefully constructive bits that I've tried to share. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much, Mohsin Bhai, and I can reassure you don't need to be apologetic. What you have said has been taken, and I think this is the spirit with which everybody should come up. So we appreciate your humility, but yes, we need to open up and say everything that is required. Now, as far as the issue of the hybrid model to be able to see is concerned, I'll ask the Secretary General to comment on that, because we certainly have two screens, and I had a preview to look at the participants on the screen that I have, but I think maybe if he can clarify that in the meantime, and then we will come to Dr. Mohsin Jaffer.
Okay. So I've just been asked to clarify this point. Okay. First of all, brothers, एक minute, please. Can we should be able to see each other when we communicate. We should be able to see each other when we speak. We should be able to see each other when we need to see someone else as well. Of course, someone who is distant will see us through the cameras. Mohsin Bhai, you are very correct that we need to be able to see each other when somebody speaks. And so even here, at this very moment, in any setting, when we are at this kind of capacity, you will not see each other in the room even. Further away, you will not see instantaneous at any time. But anyone who speaks can be seen, and also nobody is allowed to speak virtually if they don't have their camera on as well. So yes, there is a point that can you be able to see each other at every moment and every person at the same time? Even physically we can't do that, but within those boundaries we have. But I like one thing which Mohsin Bhai said, that we should more frequently have this one of the screens up there so that we can also see the others. So I think this is, hope the spirit is understood there.
And also just on this point, yesterday at the Exco, whoever spoke online, we did put them on the screen. So that precedence was there yesterday, inshallah, they will continue today. We have only one person so far who has put an SSS on Zoom, and when he will speak, you will see him there as well, inshallah. Now, there has been a request from the CRC team that there's been a heavy dose of solid feedback so far, and they need a break. But before the break, I think we will have an icebreaker. So I will, I'll ask the secretary to manage the icebreaker.
Okay. So I'll ask Sajjad Bhai Tejani. He will be giving an icebreaker. As you know, Sajjad Bhai has been also the treasurer of the World Federation. And look, always smiling, mashallah. Bismillah, Sajjad Bhai.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Salamun alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Secretary Saab, to give me this opportunity. I see there is tension in the room. And as Dr. Mohsin Jafar said that, we should continue smiling all the time. And Mohsin Bhai here, Mohsin Kanji mentioned that Shabda ni mara mari ma maja che. So Amin Bhai beso tamne a હું આપું તો આ શબ્દની મારામારીમાં હું તમને એક કહેવત આપું ગુજરાતીમાં કે છે પણ નથી છે પણ નથી 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 પણ છે તો જે નથી ઈ શું છે. Thank you. So please, Chair, if you allow me from time to time to share some, to have icebreakers as well as share some experience. There are some things I'm going to bring about the World Federation later on, but with your permission, I don't want to. I'm not an constitution expert. Murtaza Bhai Kanani says here, I didn't speak, or me and Siptian Bhai are quiet because we want to collect money, so we don't want to offend anybody. But that is not true. Yeah? So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take a break now. We will take a break for 15 minutes, inshallah. Sant. It's working. Brothers and sisters, please let us get together. We have less than an hour before Zohar and we need to commence the meeting, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Okay. The CRC team had a brief break to assist us in making this succinct because we can go on the whole day talking about various views. Please give me a few minutes for a preamble, yeah. And we as a conference now need to focus on certain areas. We have heard sentiments from a number of people already, and we have 9 more people who want to speak, and they will each be given a chance. Yeah. Akilba, if it's a point of order, if it's not, I would like to give a preamble and a suggestion to the House to move forward.
I just want to draw your attention, Mr. Chairman.
Is it a point of order?
Okay, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I just found out something just now in the screen, that there is a non-community who is present in the screen. Yes. This conference is for community, and I would request it should be within our community.
Thank you. Okay, by point noted. Our legal counsel is there, and we as the office bearers, as trustees, have a fiduciary duty to have our legal counsel just for our advice if we require it from a pure legal perspective. You know, we have currently a legal case, so we have to make sure that we as trustees have adequate representation there, and he is not interfering in the conference, he's just listening to the proceedings. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think so. We need a legal advisor here, a non-community. We have about 4 to 5 legal advisors from Africa even. They can assist you. But having non-community in this conference, I feel is not appropriate.
Thank you, Akilbai. Point noted. Thank you. Right.
Can I raise a point of order, please?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I've just heard the proceedings right now of the issue raised. I appreciate the need that you feel of proceedings being heard, but there is a distinction, at least for COAGE, we have been told that there's a distinction between delegates being able to be online, on Zoom, and only it can only be even provided by emails. I was not even able to share it with my delegates by WhatsApp. That's how restricted online Zoom is. But YouTube is available for the whole world to see. So if you need legal advice or legal protection, I understand what you're saying is you need legal protection, then that legal protection is afforded by YouTube proceedings. He doesn't need to be online on Zoom. Thank you.
If the House is okay, and it's a brilliant point, we'll just ask him to follow proceedings on YouTube. Does it work? Ahsantum salawat ala Muhammad.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Okay, good. Now, the discussion has reached a stage where it appears to our CRC team and to myself as chair as well that we are converging onto fundamental points that we need to focus on. My humble suggestion to the next 9 speakers, and really need all 9 to complete before Zohar. After Zohar, the CRC will then start responding, okay? And responding specifically so that we can converge to fundamentals to be discussed, at least as the way forward. We have 10, but no more names for now, please, otherwise Zohar will converge. There are a few fundamental things we would like you to focus on so that we can get convergence in our understanding and debate then thereafter and get CRC to give clarity on those. there is one commonality between the SOP and the structure. That is whether the elections of the president of the World Federation should be grassroots oriented or at the EXCO, at the conference. Okay. That impacts both the SOP as well as the structure. If we can focus on that as your first point, what is your view on that and what is the rationale, that would be helpful so we can move forward. Number two is on the SOP, whether it should be outsourced or the regions should make their own election procedures or an implementation. And number three, it could be a hybrid of the two. If we can focus and get your responses or input on that, it will really help us. And as far as the structure is concerned, we already heard one point of view, which is maintain the status quo of the EXCO, which is the power between the conference. The second proposal, that is the main proposal from the CRC, the majority proposal. And the third one that we are hearing is the proposal of the CRC team plus the extra trustees to be incorporated, whether it's 5, 6, whatever numbers to be defined. If we can converge on these now, the rest of the points are important, will be tackled, but are secondary. If we can please focus on that, then we can move forward, because after lunch we need to make progress. If this House can fundamentally agree on these, then there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah? So with that, Amin Bhai Nasser, please try and be as brief as you can so we get everybody to complete by Zohar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, હું વધારે નહીં લંબાવું કારણ કે આ મારામારી છે, શબ્દોની છે. હું એક્સકો ઉપર આવું છું. હું લોયર તરીકે નથી સવાલ પૂછતો, એવી રીતના સવાલ પૂછું છું હું કાંઈ સમજ્યો જ નથી, તો વધારે પ્રકાશ પડશે. આપણે કહે છે કે એક્સકોને આપણે રિમૂવ કરી અને કોન્ફરન્સ રાખવી છે, બરાબર ને? મારો વ્યૂ એ છે કે હમણાં એક્સકો ભલે કારણ કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનમાં એમ છે કે મિનિમલિસ્ટ વર્ષમાં એકવાર બોલાવે, પણ આપણે 6 મહિને એક પ્રેક્ટિસ છે ને બોલાવે છે. હું એમ કહું છું કે એ એક સારી વસ્તુ છે. એઝ અ લીડર ઓફ આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન, રિજનલ ફેડરેશન, મને એમ લાગે છે કે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનની અંદર બહુ બધાય સારા અને ભારી કામ થાય છે. જો આપણે વર્ષમાં એકવાર ભેગા થશું તો ફાસલો મારી નજરમાં લાંબો રહેશે. અમે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનમાં ઘણીવાર એ વિચાર આવે છે કે આપણે 2 સુપ્રીમ કાઉન્સિલ રાખે, કારણ કે કામ ઝાઝા અટાણે જમાના પ્રમાણે થાય છે. તો કદાચ તમે મને એનો જવાબ દેશો કે આપણે કોન્ફરન્સ રાખે તો પ્રોબ્લેમ નથી, આપણે ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ 2 વાર બોલાવે વર્ષમાં, ઓકે. પણ હવે સવાલ એ છે કે આપણે જો રિમૂવ કરે છે એક્સકોને કોન્ફરન્સમાં, આપણી એ વિઝન છે કે આપણે પ્રોગ્રેસિવ થાય. અટાણે મારી નજરમાં અને એ ક્લિયર થઈ ગયું કે આ 2 ટાયર ને એ પાબંદી કંઈ છે નહીં હમણાં સુધી. તો આપણે એક્સકોને રિમૂવ કરે છે, કોન્ફરન્સ રાખે છે, એમાં આપણે શું પ્રોગ્રેસિવ કરે છે, પહેલો સવાલ. અને આપણે કહે છે કે એક્સકોના જે પાવર છે એ જ મિની કોન્ફરન્સને પાવર મળશે. તો અગર જો તમે, મને લાગે છે આરીફભાઈ હમણાં બોલ્યા, પણ જરાક ડિટેલ્સથી કહો કે એક્સકોના હાલ પાવર શું છે, ને એ જ પાવર તમે પ્રોપોઝ કરો છો કે કોન્ફરન્સને એ જ પાવર મળશે કે નહીં, તો આપણને એ એક ખબર પડે. અગર જો એક્સકોના એ જ પાવર જાય કોન્ફરન્સને, તો શું કામ આપણે રિમૂવ કરે છે? કારણ કે આપણી, તમને ખબર છે, બાય લો મારી નજરમાં આ બંને અપ્રોચ વેલિડ છે. બાય લો લીગલ, તમે સારું લીગલ કામ કર્યા છો, સલ્યુટ. પણ હવે સવાલ એ છે કે બંને ઓપ્શન છે જે બાય લો વેલિડ છે, પણ આપણી પ્રેક્ટિસ પ્રમાણે, આપણી યુઝફુલ પ્રમાણે ને આપણા જે વિઝન છે એમાં કઈ ફિટ થાય છે. સવાલ એ છે. તો મિની કોન્ફરન્સ વેલિડ બાય લો, એક્સકો વેલિડ બાય લો, પણ આ બંનેમાં આપણને કઈ સરખાઈ આવે છે આપણા લેવલ પ્રમાણે ને આપણે જેમ આજ સુધી ચાલ્યા છે. જો પ્રોગ્રેસિવ તમે આપણને એમાં દલીલ લઈ આવો તો ઇટ વિલ બી ગુડ. હવે છેલ્લું મારું એ છે કે જો એ જ પાવર હોય મિની કોન્ફરન્સને, તો આ વાત એ છે કે જ્યારે પૂછે કે આ કોણ છે, પોતાની બાયડી હોય તો આપણે બે ચીજ કે આપણે કે આ મારી બાયડી છે યા આ મારી દીકરાની માં છે. તો આ એક્સકો ને કોન્ફરન્સમાં શું છે? આ બાયડી છે, દીકરાની માં છે, શબ્દોની મારામારી અહીંયા છે. આ જો દલીલ આપી દો તો ક્લિયર થઈ જશે.
તો ભાઈની ભાભી બી થઈ શકે છે. Thank you. Dr. Mohsin Jaffer, please.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to thank Hujjat for giving us this blue little ball. You all have it in your bag. So I request all my fellow delegates, if you get upset or angry, bite your tongue and squeeze the ball, okay? By the way, medically, your aging is judged by your grip strength, so keep your grip strong. Anyway, Mr. President and Brother Secretary, this is the third day. I commend you for holding this conference in a very friendly and family-like atmosphere and being tolerant and respectful. That is very nice and we all appreciate it. Arif Bhai and your team has worked hard and you are a student of the American Constitution. If you notice, the original Constitution stands, but there are 27, you told us, amendments. So your committee was guided by the last conference or EXCO to review at the Constitution and fix whatever is wrong. So we are here to fix what's wrong. So I would request us to look at, number one, the structure, okay? Is it working well, the structure? And if not, we fix whatever it is or change like you're recommending. Number two, we have to look at what is our fundamental duties of each of us at the table here, be it World Federation, regional federations, and the Jamaats and the grassroots. Grassroots, like I said yesterday and I'm repeating, has got taken care of by the Jamaats. The regional federation doesn't take care of the Jamaats, of the grassroots. They are responsible for Jamaats. They are responsible for the strategy of that region. And then World Federation, like I said, was federation of federations. Your duty is what? Global aid, education, madrasa, marketing, and information. You get information from one region to another, you pass it to all the grassroots. Yes, that's your connection. And you are an information source. And you're even doing the work, and I hope even AI comes into your source. But you have done the great work there. You should stay there. This is not your duty to interfere with individual grassroots or Jamaats. Then we come to the SOP. SOP, 12 years ago, we wanted this, that the grassroots has no business, but that failed when you were modifying the Constitution 12 years ago. Sorry. It did not change. But it's okay. Now we are here and we realize that there is a lot of problem, there is a lot of opportunity for fraud and also for influence peddling. People who have the power can get more votes because they get to the grassroots, and those, like Sabir Abai said, if you're a working class guy, but you want to serve, and you are very capable, and you have the talent, and you have the leadership skills, but you can't do it. So this would level the playing field, and I feel if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And a lot of good things with this. It's like throwing the baby with the bathwater, okay? We just take out the bad things. You know, the committee has identified what is bad. Thank you. Let's get the bad things out. But let's keep the Constitution as it is and change it the way and give the power to the conference to elect our president and World Federation to stay in his bounds, which is the Federation of Federations. You are the guide, you are the help, you are the strategic body for the international Hoja community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hussain Jiwa. We continue to focus on the fundamentals, so I appreciate that.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I would like to commend
CWCW team under the chairmanship of Brother Arif Saria for the tremendous hard work and the amount of hours you have put in, not only drafting the paper, but also coming to the conference and presenting us. What I would like to know is, in the report, there was a feedback from grassroots. How did you manage to get that feedback? How many regions have participated in that feedback? And what are the numbers? Because that will be an important thing to discuss about the grassroots voting or the conference voting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hussein Bhai. Akil Bahirji.
Assalamu alaikum jamian. Mr. Chairman, I have 3 points and I will be to the point. Number one, it has been noted during the presentation from CRC members that they are not aligned together. My question is, what was the process used to approve the clauses? Number two, reference to my question at EXCO, I was requested to bring this in the conference according to the minutes, CIO application. Mr. Chairman, CIO application according to the minutes, Charity Commission will not proceed until the legal proceedings are completed. Mr. Chairman, and we have done the amendment in this constitution, and I would like you to refer to Constitutional Review Committee, page number 76, clause number 32.2. This constitution is adopted on 11 June 2023, and all provision, therefore, shall come into effect with immediate effect. Mr. Chairman, if this amendment will be approved, then how can this be effected when the Charity Commission has not given you permission? This is a very serious concern, I feel.
Sorry, may I just make a point of information there, Akil Bhai? I don't want to interrupt your thoughts, and I think it's important. When you write a resolution, you write it in the acceptance, the affirmative, yeah? So when the Constitution is drafted, we have written it in the affirmative, okay? So it's not as if we're proposing, we haven't even put a proposal forward to you. It's drafted in the affirmative, and that's normal under resolutions. You don't say, it is hereby resolved when it is resolved, it says it is hereby resolved, although you don't know what the outcome of the resolution is. So this is, I just want to make a point of information. Perhaps for those that may not be, or more legally astute than I or we were, that it may not have been written like that, but just want to make sure that we didn't preempt or pre-think that this was already approved. Okay, I apologize. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Item number 3, according to resolution, the CRC should consult and take views from the community members, scholars, and input from a law firm. My question is, have the views from the community have been taken? 2, what was the view from the scholars? Which law firm have you appointed? Is it community or non-community? Thank you.
Thank you, Akil Bhai. I think CRC are making notes and they will respond to you with all the other. Next is Shabi Bhai Najfi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bismillahir Rahman Rahim. મારા 5 પેજ પોઈન્ટ્સમાંથી હવે 1.5 પેજ થઈ ગયું છે because a lot is, and I'm sure you will like that. Mr. Chairman, through you, I would like to profoundly thank the CRC team, and in particular, Dr. Rahim, for accepting and rectifying or clarifying this very important point that the change, the structure change, is not a must or requirement for EXCO. The reason I say that up to that statement or acceptance, we have been debating that we go to accommodate that. However, there is now no need, and I thank you. So when when you realize that maybe it was not informed or the channel of information was not right. However, that's clarifying. That's a very important point for us, because had that not been, then we would structurally, we have made our decision and our strong viewpoints, but we would have had to accommodate because it was a legal requirement to change, which no more is the case. Similarly, Mr. Chairman, through you, I would now like another clarification. We are saying EXCO નથી કાઢતા આપણે અમે એટલે I'm not talking about CRC અમારી લેંગ્વેજમાં ખાસ કરીને આફ્રિકાની અમારી ઇંગ્લિશનું ગ્રામર બહુ સારું છે એક્સન્ટ ના હોય અમે ક્લેરિફિકેશન એ ખપે છે કે અમે છે ને કોન્ફરન્સથી રિપ્લેસ કરે છે that has also got to be clarified. That is not the point, Mr. Chairman. કે we are saying કે EXCO કોણ કાઢે છે એના બદલે અમે કોન્ફરન્સ લાવે છે વધારે પાવરફુલ. First, I asked Dr. Rahim a question. Would the conference have the councillors, permanent 3-term councillors or not? So that has to be clarified. Where our point is, and I think this is where the clarity needs to come, although we are replacing the EXCO with conference, our concerns, or at least Africa's concerns, are the power, whether it's conference or EXCO, which is now taken and given to the trust board of the president of, in layman's, it is office bearers in United Kingdom, you call it the trust board, are given to that. So that is what it is. It's not કે ના ના અમે નથી કરતા તમે ભલે conference લઈ આવો છો but conference ના powers જો office bearers માં હોય, so that's where our contention is. And then it says from 6 to 8 it powers goes to 1. And that structure is a bigger concern. I just heard Dr. Mohsin said something. Now that you brought this clarification, then the English he બોલી ગયા ને American છે but British English બોલે છે કે why fix something which is not broken? Okay? અને આજે આ સ્ટ્રક્ચરના વાસ્તે આપણે ગોલ ગોલ ફરે છે અને આમાં જો ફ્રિક્શન થાય જો આ બધું બરાબર હોય લીવ ઇટ. હવે જેમ CRC તમારું કામ Mr. Chairman is to bring us the draft proposal and they stop there. Yes, they gave us answers this. It's for this body to do. તો એ લોકો બિચારા વિન્ડો ખોલી દે રેઝિસ્ટ ના કરી જેમ ઓલામાં એક્સેપ્ટ કરી દે કે જો બાબા અમે તમને આપ્યા છે. હવે a structure, a mini conference, a mini bar, a maxi bar, nothing. The bottom line, simple layman's English my case. The structure for at least Africa, and I've got wives from other regions, that is of concern and we cannot easily do that because it's not, now it's not a charity commission required, so it's not required. So let's have a window and agree કે જો ના હોય તો શું ટચ કે બીજા પોઈન્ટ્સ છે જ્યાં જ્યાં તમને આપણને લાગે છે કે as you said the era is 10 we can do it. Secondly, constitution is not engraved in the Congress, it's not static. We can do changes every 6. હવે તો આ મોશન ભાઈ નવું લેવા કે 60 days notice નથી 120 days. 120 days notice માં 3 મહિના we can change as the time requires. The era is changing. So આને હું વધારે લાંબુ નહીં કરું. અમારા હિસાબે આ સ્ટ્રક્ચર બરાબર છે, ત્યાં બ્રોડ બેઝ છે. અને આ ગઈકાલ કોઈ બોલ્યું કે હિસ્ટ્રીમાં નથી થયું કે એક્સકોએ right, you are the trustees, the trust that has been put to you by the electorate is huge. So એક્સકો નહીં કરે. અને બીજું આ પછી આવીને રિપોર્ટ કરું ગઈકાલનું એક્ઝામ્પલ આવ્યો બિલ્ડિંગ લઈ લીધી તમે શું રેટિફાઈ કરશો? If you purchase a property and you want to ratify at the next ensuing conference or exco, and you say, and we'll say, look, you know what? This is not right. Oh, this is not a good investment. You should have been. How are you going to reverse that? So leave the base there. And the base, the power base of EXCO, believe you or not, is driven by the trustees. Because when the trustees ke આમ છે ગઈકાલ આપણે ના કરીને મોટું હતું 9 million કે કેટલા થઈ ગયું છે અમને પૂરું ભરોસો. So that's where. Let me just come to, so please, I re-emphasize, and I'm repeating, structure બરાબર હોય, it's not serving the purpose, તો CRC તમે બી અમારું સમજો કે અમારા concerns આમાં છે અને એને આપણે એકોમોડેટ કરે. Because અમારું અહીંયા ઓબ્જેક્ટિવ શું છે કે આપણે એવી ફાઇન રીતના જ્યાં જરૂરિયાત છે ને એને ચેન્જ કરીએ, we move on and we talk about the business of taking this federation forward. હવે સિન્સ તો ગ્રાસરૂટ્સમાં તમને પાછું ના ખપે, મને ખબર છે હું જ્યારે આવું છું તો આરીફભાઈ જરાક ઓલા થઈ જાય છે કે આ કેટલું લાંબુ બોલવાનું, હું આ લોયર જેવી રીતના કન્સાઇઝ ઇંગ્લિશમાં બોલી નથી શકતો. Grassroots, and it's been touched, and I have been approached, and I can see the indications, and very strong multiple indications are that we want to change that. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, ચેરમેન સાહેબ, તમે ગઈકાલ કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન હિસ્ટ્રી આપી, બે ફોટા આપ્યા જે ઓરિજિનલ મૂવર્સ હતા. ફાઇન. તો હવે એ હિસ્ટ્રીમાં હું એક બીજું સેન્ટેન્સ એડ કરું છું, which is it was not relevant when you presented, but today it's relevant because we're coming to this grassroots one. And that is, and a part of it, I wouldn't say statement, I stand to be corrected. તમે હિસ્ટ્રી ચેક કરીને લાગે કે હું કદાચ મિસકોટ કરું તો આ મુલાસ્કરની જે વાત કરવા જાઉં છું, મારું મુલાસ્કરની, એમાં I stand to be corrected. I'm going on my historical feedbacks which I get and from my research in history. We are a strategic body, World Federation. It's got 6 members, unlike Africa's 42 members. It's got 6 members, the regions. Period. That's where it stops. As I said, strategically, if Jamaats now, Aman Sad Pachi Wat Kados, where we can do directly and build capacities for the regions that. So it is the 6 regions which are the members. Period. The Federation's Jamaat and its constituent members, which is grassroots, has no constitutional administrative link with World Federation at all. At all, although the objective is to serve them. So you stop there, and so in reality, that election of the office bearers should not be with grassroots, because there's no constitutional link, should be with the regions. And I totally agree, and I've been saying it for many years. હવે હિસ્ટ્રીમાં આપું મુલ્લા સાહેબનું ઓરિજિનલી જે આપણા what do you call the drafters of constitutions જ્યારે આ constitution બનાવ્યું ને તો એ લોકો તો બહુ વિઝડમવાળા હતા ને એ લોકોને ખબર હતી કે આ ગ્રાસરૂટ્સના પાવર્સ નથી. સો ઓરિજિનલી the constitution was what we are wanting to amend was World Federation office bearers elections takes at the conference of its members, which are the 6 regions. So ત્યારે regions 6 નતા. And that's how it happens. During Mullah Sahib's term, sorry, am I being, is there a point of order?
Mike Mabolo, I think you are off the mic.
મને થયું મારો અવાજ એટલું ભારી છે બધે કે તું બહુ લાઉડ બોલે છે.
એ લોકોને
Yeah, sorry, my apologies. આછી આ યુરોપ વાળાના માઇક બી અમારા સ્ટાન્ડર્ડના નથી. That's on the lighter side. So during Mullah's time, originally, and through you, Dr. Rahim, you make it, it was as others are proposing it to be now, at conference and not at grassroots. Mullah's time, reasons હું ના કહી શકું, and I don't have the right to judge, but indications are કે ખબર છે આ ફેડરેશન ઓછા નથી હોતા અમે બધાય બાપ થતા જો ફેડરેશન કે. So it was amended. It was amended, and the rightful and original right for the members to vote at conference was given to grassroots. So it was a midterm amendment, which in my opinion, and going with what everybody is saying, was not the right way to do it, but it was done. And if it was done at that level, we fully support it and agree, because so it was amended. Now we are going back to amend it to its original and the rightful way it should be. તો એમાં બરાબર છે, એ થવું જોઈએ, પણ અમારો રિઝર્વેશન્સ છે આ થવું જોઈએ. હમણાં ધો ગ્રાસરૂટ્સ હેવ નો લિંક, મારા અમુક ડેલિગેટ્સ કે છે લિંક, પણ આજે આ સીધું આટલો વર્ષોથી આપણે ખોટું ચલાવી આવ્યા છે, ઓવરનાઇટ આપણને ચેન્જ કરવું છે, તમને રિજન્સની પચડી કરવી છે. કારણ કે અમને I don't know about co-age and everybody, though I know members of Stanmore and Hydri when they talk offline. પણ અમારા આફ્રિકાના ગ્રાસરૂટ્સ ને પહેલાં અમને આ હવે સમજાવવું ખપશે કે આ રાઇટફુલ છે બાબા. બીજું પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, તમે એક વસ્તુ યાદ રાખો, આ ઇલેક્શન જ્યારે પૈતા આપણા, આઈ એમ ટોકિંગ ઇન પોઝિટિવિટી નાવ, તો તમે પોતે તમારા અમુક સ્પીચીસમાં જો તમે કીધું આ ફેડરેશન શું છે, મારું બધું છે ગ્રાસરૂટ્સ, આઈ એમ વોટેડ બાય 65-75, એન્ડ રાઇટલી you were voted by the grassroots. હવે overnight તમને આ લોકોને હવે grassrootsને irrelevant કરવા છે. It is not easy. It has to be done because it's not right for them to vote. Give us a chance to go back to our electorate. I don't know, આ લોકોમાં બહુ છાતી હશે, કોઈ નસીમ કો બાકી એ લોકો કરી શકે. અમારો રિવોલ્ટ થાય ને, ખાસ કરીને પ્રમુખ સાહેબે અમને આ લોકોને એટલા અમારા બાપ બનાવ્યા છે, તો we have to be careful. Give us time, please. કે અમે એને સમજાવે અને આ ચેન્જ થવું જોઈએ. આઈ એમ રીએમ્ફસાઇઝિંગ. No. Wait.
Please, if we can expedite, yeah?
Yeah,
Sorry.
expedite. It cannot happen without us. આટલું શોર્ટ કર્યું છે, તમને ઓરિજિનલ આપું. ના તમે શું કીધું, કે તમને જેટલું બોલો યુ નો વાય અહીંયા જો આપણે કન્સાઇઝને કાપવા જશું આમાં જો વધારે ટાઈમ છે પ્રોટોકોલ તૂટીને જવા દો.
Okay, mic બાજુમાં, mic બાજુ.
હવે so this one, please, not for 4 or 5 people to come and put a gun and say, this has to be done. It's wrong. The present system is wrong. And I re-emphasize, I might need time and consult through our chairman over there. We fix it. પણ હવે ઓલા grassrootsને ઉપર ચડાવે લોકોને સમજાવે. We are still going to be guided by them. I'll tell you why. They appoint their councillors to their federation and the federation to the.
Please, let's have.
Yeah,
one.
okay. So to conclude, I think it has to be done the right way, but grassroots અમે આવી રીતના કોશ નહીં કરે. કાં તમે અમને બ્રેક આપજો, અમે બહાર જાય કમ્ફર્ટ બ્રેકમાં ડિસ્કસ કરે. This cannot be put, I don't know. This cannot be put. And even if you go ahead and forcefully bypass and go on a vote, I'm telling you, effecting it, executing it will be difficult for us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Sharibai. And let me, from what I heard from you, and I just want to clarify, let me not only assure but reassure the House. I said there is nothing that's going to be forced. A perception that we are going to use majorities is not going to happen. This House will decide its fate. We are facilitators, and consensus will have to emerge whatever approach we take. Be rest assured. I'm reiterating that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ibrahim Baramtullah. A point of order?
6 months ago.
Oh, you want to? Okay. Ibrahim Baramtullah.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I just want to take the opportunity to thank the committee. I know they've already been thanked, but amazing 2 years of work, and I'm glad that we're actually having the opportunity to discuss their work. I had actually a lot of questions and points to make, but thanks to Sabir Abai, I won't be making most of those points. I think she made most of the ones I was thinking and some that I wasn't thinking. So thank you very much for that. Amazing points. So I just wanted to touch on a couple of questions that I had. First, regarding the electronic voting system, I know the chairman of the CRC said that they went through a thorough process of looking at different companies, looking at different proposals, and after having reviewed everything, they have come to this house to recommend the company that we met with yesterday. So given all the research that was done, I would like to find out from the research exactly what is the cost. I'm sure the decision wasn't made without knowing what the cost of the election would be using the system. So I just would like to know what the cost or estimated cost of doing the electronic voting would be. The second question I had was relating to the proposal of the delegates in the new structure and really in the old structure also. You know, as we look at the proposal, you know, we have Australia with 6 delegates and NASIMCO with 13 and Africa Federation with 20, etc. What I wanted to find out was that how is that number, how is that determined? How is that number determined? So I know it's based on 1,000 members, etc. So I guess my question specifically is that, is this based on voting members, right? So is each federation providing a list of voting?
Sorry. May I ask everyone to please remain silent? We give respect when someone speaks. Up here, and I'm sure I can see hands raised as well, they can't hear when Ibrahim Bhai is speaking. The mic is working very well, but please just listen. Thank you so much. Ibrahim Bhai, please continue.
So what I wanted to know is how are we coming with the number of delegates that are allotted to each federation? Meaning, I know that we're getting numbers from each of the federation of their members. So I want to know, is it members, voting members that we're talking about, or is it just anybody? Right? How are we, what are the lists that we're getting, and is it consistent from one federation to another to another? So I know in the Simco we provide voting members, and based on that, we allocated 13. So I just want to know if it's is there a verification process, and is it consistent throughout? And the last point I wanted to make was regarding the election. So first of all, I wanted to thank Safdarbhai for actually visiting Vancouver about 2.5 years ago before the election. And if my memory doesn't sway, I'm guessing that the last time the WF president visited Vancouver, which happened to be the third largest Jamaat in North America, was probably about 10 years ago, right? So we again get to the issue of, connecting with the grassroots, and really, I know when the last election happened, people didn't want to know who anybody was. So it's very hard to really connect with grassroots when you visit once every 10 years. So I would again support the suggestion by Dr. Mohsin that we revisit the election process again.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so much. Let's try and be succinct now. Time is very short. We have 20 minutes for Zohar break. Mohammad Ali Bhai Buraj, Shabir Bhai Walji thereafter, Dr. Anwar Danji, and then Dr. Ahmad Hassam. I hope we can get all of them before Zohar, please.
So I must admit, by this point, many of the points have been mentioned by my colleagues here. So I'll either skip most of those points or just skim through the one or two that I wanted to make. Before that, I think the sentiment is shared by everyone in this room that when I say that the institution of World Federation, and I can safely say, and I'll make an I statement, is my organization. And I'm sure everyone in this room will agree to that statement, that World Federation is our organization, whether it's in this room or outside of this room, and we want the best there is for our organization. And also, having recently been a counselor, and one of my first meetings that I attended as a counselor at the WF was at the Ras Al Khaimah. Yeah, so one of the first meetings that I participated and attended as a counselor was at the Ras Al Khaimah meeting. And since all of the meetings that I've attended, I can see that the work and the deliveries that have been delivered by the team have been exponential. It's not 1 + 1 = 2. There's a lot more exponential in that. 1 + 1 = 5 and 10 and so on and so forth. So there's no doubt with the current team, with the work that they're doing. At the same time, I am conscious that although there are constitution amendments that are being done every so often because it's a living, breathing creature, however, significant constitutional reviews like this only happen once every few decades. And in the history of 46, 47 years of World Federation, such a significant change is probably one of the first times it's happened. And so the note that I want to make is firstly, this organization is our organization and we care for it. There's no doubt that the current team is also very capable in exponentially delivering on what's being promised. So the point that I'm making is because this constitutional review is going to be so significant, and when we think of the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years, many of the people that are going to be on this table may or may not be serving at that time. And there'll be new blood that will be serving at that time. And so in order to safeguard our organization, I can understand where the points have come from. And for that, I obviously want to commend every single member of the CRC that have put many, many hours of deliberations to get to this point. And from the point that I want to make is I can see that from the triennial conference, the powers have now moved into the annual conferences. And so, the argument can be made that the EXCO has also moved into the making it an annual thing. However, my main point is when it comes to capacity or responsibility or power outside of the conference, which as a minimum is required for once a year, after the conference, there's the rest of the 360 days where so many decisions can be made. It would be really nice to kind of see that the some of the powers of the EXCO, rather than only going to the constitution, are also shared amongst the board of trustees, and that numbers increased. From the 6, now coverage, like we've mentioned, we've got 36 trustees, and every single one of them has a fiduciary duty. Rather than making every 71 person a trustee, maybe we can think of some middle grounds. Maybe that's 36, maybe that's 18, and so on and so forth. And once we do that, once that responsibility is shared with a lot more independent councillors and a lot more independent trustees than the 6, then I think many of the other points will become mute. And I think at this point, I'll end it here.
Thank you.
As many of the points were mentioned.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shabib Walji.
Assalamu alaikum mu'mineen. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'll keep it very succinct, and my points will be confined to the structure and the thought process and the rationale behind the structure that has been very eloquently, articulately expounded over the last couple of hours. When I was listening to Sister Sabira, I thought she had actually read my thoughts that I had written. So I tore the piece of paper because she did go through majority of the points that I had in mind to express to this conference. But mashallah, everybody, Murtaza Bhai, Shahid Bhai, Mohsin Bhai, Shabir Bhai, Sabira Bhai, they've all made very relevant points. Now, coming to the point. First and foremost, I thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for blessing us with this wonderful opportunity. MashaAllah, we have all got together in a beautiful, united, harmonious way, and the proceedings are moving very, very constructively and positively. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Secondly, I am also mindful that we all have a duty to Allah. We were appointed as trustees. The foremost trustees were us as human beings. We have a huge responsibility to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And secondly, we also must bear in mind that whatever we do in order to invoke greater mercy and greater graciousness from Allah, we have to remain united. Very united at all times, because we are brothers. And Allah says He loves the good doers, and alhamdulillah, inshallah, let these proceedings be counted as good discussions for the purpose of the future, which we must safeguard, secure, inshallah. We have spiritual capital, we have emotional capital, we have intellectual capital, we have financial capital. In any balance sheet of any organization, and it is something which we have yet to find a methodology to put a number to the value of the intellectual capital, which we are abundantly blessed in this conference. Alhamdulillah. Emotional capital, say no more. We are all emotional. Financial capital is disjointed, in my humble opinion. We expect so much from World Federation, and I don't want to go into details, but the underlying causes for such, elaborate discussions and getting lost along the way and kind of revisiting to Tigra Marie and all that. This is not going to work. What I will pick up from Sabira Bhai's points, and I just want to kind of refine and give you guidance, and mashallah, the CRC have done a wonderful job, and please, and Arif Bhai, mashallah, and your team have done an amazing job. So my suggestion is that we have managing trustees and we have holding trustees. Through the mechanism engineered through the holding trustees, we should actually give ownership to all original members It's very, very important to give them this ownership. This ownership, because all these layers of grassroots and jamaats and the federations, all the issues, underlying issues will be resolved, because the representation would be through the holding trustees. The holding trustees hold the strings of this World Federation. We are all one together. The managing trustees are the EXCO. The managing trustees have the day-to-day responsibility. You know, and alhamdulillah, with technology moving on, we have this facility of virtual meetings, and at all times, the managing trustees can also always refer matters to the holding trustees. And as far as numbers are concerned, you know, somebody mentioned 36, somebody mentioned 6 or 7 or 10 or whatever. But the most important thing is there should be a rationale behind this concept of holding trustees. The holding trustees can be represented by the regional members. So every regional member has a representation within the framework and structure of the holding trustees. The holding trustees have the strategic powers, have the powers to guide the managing trustees. The managing trustees have the day-to-day responsibility to deliver, to ensure that the fiduciary and the legal duties are fulfilled at all times. The Charities Commission would have no objection at all, because there is a plausible rationale behind it, okay? So Sabira Bhai, I fully concur with your thought process, and I really want to support this trend of thinking, because the problem that lies within the current structures, because as you said, grassroots ne koi samartho nathi, amne pucha karwama nahi wo, duplicity, wastage, all of these things will be completely resolved and removed, inshallah, if we work together. And that togetherness, giving them ownership. Each region must be participating with one, at least, holding trustee within the board structure of the holding trustees. And I will leave it to the CRC to actually articulate and to put a narrative and to draft the powers that belong to the holding trustees and the managing trustees. We know exactly what the powers they have, so there's no need to elaborate on that. But I think it's important, Sheikh Sattarbai, that we begin two most important things. We begin to work together, we begin to trust each other, we begin to give ownership to all members around the world. And this business about World Federation, badi cheez apne dada bapa paase mangwa jaye, dada bapa paase khali shuko hoy perwano, the way will dada bapa be able to succumb to your demands? It's high time that the stakes are all put together, the stakeholders work jointly and severally and are accountable together, and it'll cut out a lot of nonsensical or emotional arguments that come up over the last, and I've been in meetings over the last 30 to 35 years. Ever since inception, I've heard and I've heard and I've heard so much, and really, I think it's time that we say enough is enough, and we put this structure right and work together with full ownership, inshallah. Thank you so much indeed for allowing me to express a few humble thoughts of mine, and may Allah bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Anwar Danji and then Dr. Hassam, then we will close for Zohar, inshallah.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mr. President, with a lot of trepidation, I want to say a few points, and I'm going to concentrate mainly on the issue of the new structure and the impact that this will have as it is presented to us on governance. Before I do that, I must also thank the CRC for having done quite a lot of work on this particular document. Good governance in charities is very fundamental for its success. It enables and supports a charity's compliance so that it fulfills the charity's vision. And we've seen previously when the treasurer actually presented his reports as to how they are increasing these compliances, and this is very good practice. So I'm looking at some of the concerns that I have in this new document regarding this compliance. And I think Salim Hamir quite eloquently pointed out that it is not, the concerns are not about power, because the power is already there in the existing constitution. The concern is about the extent of the new powers that are going to be given to a few people in this new structure. In terms of the governance, we have the first tier of governance, which is the Executive Council. And this is the only oversight that the office bearers have on operational matters. So the Executive Council formulates policy making. It is the supreme body, according to 19.2. And this is the first tier, the conference being the second tier, and then you've got the office bearers. So by taking away the Executive Council, I think the exclusive authority which it contains within the Executive Council is getting transferred. Now, in the new constitution, the paradigm shift of all the authorities which will lie into the office bearers is a layer of achieving, the layer of achieving the checks, balances, accountability, and transparency, which is basically the definition of governance, is being taken away. And this is going to be a huge loss for the charitable organization like ours, because the members of the federation, who are the stakeholders, are currently fiduciaries with the shared responsibility and accountability. This is now being replaced by the CLC, which will eliminate its authority and remain only in a capacity of an advisory role, without any teeth, losing its collective ownership and responsibility. And I will also, whilst I'm talking about the CLC, make a comment about Maqbul Bhai Rahim, who quite eloquently explained to us about the CLC. And I think he used the word must, that the CLC must consult with the office bearers. Whereas in 19.1.2.3, there isn't anything that says must. The CLC is basically an advisory consultative body. And it is also when requested by the Board of Trustees. So it doesn't have any teeth, really. And also the formulation of the CLC means that the regional federation chairs, for example, cannot be constituted in that, because if they were, then they will lose their voting rights in the conference. So it will be the Tulyas, basically, who will be sitting on the CLC. So the governance in this proposal is then therefore weakened. The powers that are vetted, unvetted powers are given to the office bearers, especially between two conferences in the 12 months. They can deal with any properties, any assets in between conferences. And there are other wider governance issues which I've picked up in this new format. This constitutional power doesn't give the impression of a good reputation, especially in the younger generation of our community, when so much power is vested in only 6 people. The other issue about governance is that the budget is not mentioned anywhere in the Constitution. So who and when will the budget be passed? Because at the moment we have a system where it happens. The Board of Trustees can also reprimand and suspend a regional federation. Now again, this is a new power that's been added on. And I think it is a good thing to have that kind of thing, but maybe the conference should be the one who should be able to do this.
Even they don't have the right.
And also other issues that come into mind is, should not this be the scope of the ADR We are actually formulating an ADR, right? So suspension, reprimand, maybe it's the ADR who should be looking at it. They have also, the Board of Trustees have the power to replace the Electoral Commission. This brings a question to me about fair and free elections. It dismisses the authorities of the conference, the Executive Council, the ADR, and this system is not even independent, the ADR, as I've been reading through it, unless I stand to be corrected, because I'm just a lay person, and I've just spent a little time trying to get familiar with this new instrument. The Board of Trustees can also replace the chair of the ADR. The ADR which is constituted appears to be not independent. So what happens, for example, if there's a dispute related to the office bearers? So what happens in that situation? Mr. Chairman, I will be finishing very quickly. I just got two very tiny points to add on to this. And I agree with Dr. Moshins and others who have said that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Because what we have at the moment is reasonably successful, and it is effective. There is no real need to change everything that we have in the Constitution. Okay, there were concerns raised by membership, which came to the formulation of the CRC. So they can look at the things that were actually mentioned, which are more important. Dr. Moshin, it's like trying to kill a mosquito with a hammer. That's what we're trying to do. And I think there are better ways of killing a mosquito rather than using a hammer. The other little final point that I will make is about the CIO. Because there have been, I think the whole mechanism that I've been going through seems to have been made in such a way so that it falls in line with the CIO model. Well, the CIO is not really for the World Federation. The Cabinet Office assigned a target market when they actually proposed the CIO model, and it was really made up for smaller organizations who had a budget of about £10,000 to £500,000. That was the actual initial intention of the formulation of the CIO. It is not suitable for organizations like ours, which is the World Federation, because we actually hold significant assets and our financial arrangements are very complex. And also, the model is designed to have a low level of governance. So we would be downgrading our systems rather than upgrading it. And I have looked at the financial report where they are talking about compliance, internal audits. So that's the way we should be going, rather than this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anwar Bhai. I think it is now namaz time. So what I will request the Secretary General to do is to read out all the names that are already on the list in order of priority right now. And after that, yeah, this is the last now. We will have to allow the CRC to come in now. I think those who have spoken, I'll appreciate if you don't speak again, please. My humble suggestion. If you haven't spoken, please do give your names and we will allow you. At this point, we'll put the name down. He's going to read out the names now. And after lunch, he's going to announce the details because we have an important unveiling. The CRC will come in, extensively respond to your questions, and then we will try and see if we can converge into a way forward.
What I will do is, I'm going to...
One second. Give me 1 second.
Thank you. Tulio. Mucho Tulio.
After namaz? Okay, thank you. After namaz, we'll take the point of order, yeah? Because we have a point of order now, we will break here for salat.
Yeah.
We will take the point of order, and we have few more speakers, and then we will go to CRC.
Mr. President, may I make the point of order so that you have the time during the namaz break to attend to it? Sorry.
Bismillah.
Okay. Mr. President, my learned friend, and Mohsin Bhai did point out that the current constitution we are trying to compare with the amended constitution is not the most updated one. May I request the Secretariat to make the correct, most updated version of the constitution available to delegates? Because it is really going to be difficult to do an analysis based on a document that may have had some succinct, I don't even know what the difference between the current updated one and the one that I have in my pack.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. We will
get that and it can be shared.
We will clarify that.
Please.
After lunch. We will clarify. The Secretariat team is going to look into it, and we will clarify that soon after lunch is the first point, and then we'll move on. Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, through your permission, would we be allowed the virtual participant to participate after the lunch? Before CRC take
The
over?
Secretary General will inform you. They're already on the list.
Because most, if you see on the screen, most of them are on virtual in Pakistan due to visa concerns.
Okay. I'm going to make three very important announcements, and I would like everyone's attention, please. Firstly, regarding this badge, those who have forgotten, misplaced, don't have it, you can go to my right, where Iqbal Bhai Panju is sitting, over there, right in the middle, and you can collect a new one. But please don't lose that one, please. Keep it around here, and keep it, please. May I speak, please? Thank you. Thank you. Please, thank you.
Please.
The second point I'd like to say here is that these are the names which have put down, and I'll start off with those who are virtual, the point about virtual. The reason they have not come on is that there has been a plethora of people speaking here, and we've taken it in order of queue. Those who want to speak further, put in SSS. I'm going to now go through the full queue. Ali Raza Bhai Bandali, Ahmad Bhai Hassam, Abul Hassan Bhai Gokal, Ali Hassan, Azim Bhai Devji, Salim Bhai Remtullah, Zulfikar Bhai Chandu, Muhammad Ali Bhai Barshan, Azim Bhai Devji has come in twice, which will not be, so I'll just try. Third, Muhammad Bhai Jafar. These are the ones we will not take. Now this is the issue. Why are we putting up hands now further? So either way, I'll take the chair. Please, if you can please.
It's okay. If you can make the announcement, the third announcement for the logistics. Yeah.
I'll make a third announcement now. Now it's time for Salat. After namaz, food will not be served. Alhamdulillah, I got everyone's attention. Food will be served after that you come back here to this floor. Very important. I'm looking at the Siptem Bhai Ali Bhai. He has told all the volunteers not to serve food. The reason being, we are going to have a 12-minute ceremony. 12 minutes. If you are delayed, then food will be 2 hours later. 12-minute ceremony here, after Salat directly. This is to help everyone so that we can come into the conference with perfect landing, okay? There's going to be the opening of the Hoja wall, and it's going to be short, 12 minutes after Salat. So when you are upstairs, or when we are upstairs, we're coming down here, we're having the ceremony, everyone will be standing towards where the lift is. Not where the wall is, where the lift is. I'm saying it now so that it saves. I know we are so methodical, and we'll follow that exactly. After Salat, Ziyarat, come down here, not down, food is not going to be served until we've finished here, 12 minutes. Thereafter, we'll proceed down. Now I'll give it to Mr. Chairman, please.
It is lunchtime now. Zair Abbas Bhai, you raised your hand. Any other hand, any other one who is desperate to speak? Altaf Bhai, Daya, no problem. Anybody else? Good, Alhamdulillah. So Altaf Bhai Daya will be the last speaker, and then we will hand it over to CRC. Jazakallah. Thank you.
The meeting is adjourned for Salat, and we will come down again. Thank you. Ahsan. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
two, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1 2 1 2. Brothers and sisters, if we could please start making our way to the right-hand side of the wall print, we would like to begin shortly. So if you could, everyone, could you please move on this side towards the left, and we will be beginning shortly. Thank you.
May I ask all the sisters, please? Sisters, please. We would like to have sisters in pole position. If you can stand this way. Gents, come on this way, please. Okay. Gents towards the elevator. Yes, we know. That's why there. Gents, can I please ask that all the gents come here? We don't want ladies to be blocked at all. Ladies will have pole position to see everything. Very important. Please, all gents here, please. Please, Mahmoud Bhai, please. Please, everyone there, please. Please, can I ask everyone there, please? Please. Everyone, Uncle Jan, can you help push people as far as possible? September, please go in the right. Sheikh Abbas, Sajad Bhai, please, all the way there. All the way there. Ahsan, thank you very much. I've been reminded by Uncle Amir that I'm not keeping my normal time. He's right. May I ask now very much. This is not Presidents of Federation, Amin Bhai, Salim Bhai, those are Arif Bhai, Jaxi as well. Please come next to the President, Safdar Bhai, please. This will be also a photo shoot at the same time. So anyone who has a frowning face, it won't be good. Okay? Ahsantum. Hase? Nah, inshallah. Okay. All right. Bar Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat. We have been gathered here to specifically for the opening of the Hoja wall. I'm going to first ask, where is Muallim Murtaza Bandali? Okay, this is ad hoc, he's nervous, but he'll do what he does best. Nightingale from Zanzibar will be reciting a short surah and we'll all be happy. Can we have salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad? I will hold. No. No, but we need to hear him. He has to find the right surah first for the occasion.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم سبح اسم ربك الأعلى الذي خلق فسوى والذي قدر فهدى والذي أخرج المرعى فجعله غثاء أحوى سنقرئك فلا تنسى إلا ما شاء الله إنه يعلم الجهر وما يخفى ونيسرك فذكر إن نفعت الذكرى سيذكر من يخشى ويتجنبها الأشقى الذي يصلى النار الكبرى ثم لا يموت فيها ولا يحيا قد أفلح من تزكى وذكر اسم ربه فصلى بل تؤثرون الحياة الدنيا والآخرة خير الأولى صحف إبراهيم وموسى صدق الله العلي العظيم اللهم صل وسلم وزد وبارك على رسول الله وآله الأطهار على رسول الله وآله الأطهار اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. I could see not only smiles, I saw tears dropping, and this is how you have really, really amplified and elucidated and illuminated this atmosphere. Salawat ala Muhammad wa alim. We will have 2 minutes from 3 people in total. First of all, we're going to give the mic to the President of the World Federation, Al-Haj Safdar Bhai Jafar, who will share his reflection and specifically why this is so important to have this. Please, Bismillah. Safdar Bhai.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So we have got together to unveil the Hoja wall over here. And I will obviously leave it to Murabbi Razali Bhai to talk more about it, because the World Federation has worked in partnership with Mark in Toronto. You have seen this. Probably it's a little mini version of that, but the concept is the same. And this is really the preservation of our heritage. So the Hoja Heritage Project, in conjunction with Mark, have done this work as part of this complex, inshallah, of the WF House. So last night we had the opening of the ICANN, International Center of Advanced Islamic Research, which hopefully will be on that side. And here we have the Hoja wall. So without further ado, should we pass it to Murabbi? Bismillah.
Auzu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. World Federation na pramukh sahib, judi Federation na pramukh sahibo, judi jamaat na pramukh sahibo, delegates ho, councillors ho, ane beno, bhaiyo, nana mota bhaiyo, salamun alaikum. હું તમારા પાસે આ ભાઈઓને ખાસ માંગણી કરું છું કે તમે આ કોરમાં આવી જાઓ બધા, કારણ કે આને એન્યુઅલ કરવું છે ને તમે સતાડ્યો છો તો મને દુઃખ થાય છે. માફ કરજો તમને, તો તમે જરાક જગ્યા આપો. સૌ પ્રથમ છે ને હું ખાસ પ્રમુખ સાહેબનો, વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના પ્રમુખ સાહેબનો શુક્રિયા ગુજારું છું કે અમને આટલો મોકો આપેલો, થોડો બડો મોકો આપેલો કે અમે તમને થોડુંક પ્રેઝન્ટેશન કરી શકીએ કે ખોજા કોણ છે, ક્યાંથી આવેલી છે અને ક્યાં આપણે જઈ રહ્યા છે. જ્યારે આપણે અહીંયા આવીએ ને, હું પ્રમુખ સાહેબને જરાક ઓલું ટોંચ મારીશ, જ્યારે આપણે અહીંયા આવીએ ને તો નીચે તમે મોટો બોર્ડ જોયેલો હશે, એમાં 3 આઇટમ હતા. એક છે કે હૌઝા, બીજું આઈકેર અને ત્રીજું હતું કે MCE. એટલે અડધું પ્રોગ્રામ તો મુસલમાનનો જ છે, ઇસ્લામનો છે. અને ક્યાંય આપણે જોયું નહીં કે ખોજાપાણમાં કાંઈ નથી. તો આપણે શું, હવે મેં એને શું ગઈકાલે મસ્તી એની કરી, મેં કીધું આપણે છે ને KSIMC છે ને એ ખે કાઢી નાખીએ. તો એ મને કે શું કામ? મેં કીધું તો હવે આપણે ખોજાપણું નથી, આપણે હવે શિયા થઈ ગયા છે, તો આપણે શિયા તરફ જઈએ અને આપણે ખોજાને ભૂલી જઈએ, એ લોકોને દફન કરી નાખીએ. તો એ મને જોઈ છે અને મેં કે તમારી મસ્તી કરો છો. મેં કીધું ના, આ તો આપણે બી દોસ્તી છે, એના હિસાબે આ વાત કરું છું. તો બહેનો ભાઈઓ, મને ખાસ આનંદ થાય છે કે તમે અહીંયા બધા એકઠા થયા છો. આ વોલ છે ને એમાં આપણે 1000 વર્ષની તારીખ છે આપણી. એમાં તમે બાજુમાંથી આવી એક પછી એક તમે જોશો ને, હું આની બહુ લંબાવતો નથી, એક પછી એક તમે જોશો ને તો તમને ખબર પડશે કે ખોજાને કેટલી મહેનતથી ખોજાપણું મળ્યું છે. એમ નથી કે આપણે આમ સહેલાઈથી મળી ગયું છે ખોજાપણું. આપણે બહુ મહેનત કરેલી છે. આમાં આપણા ભાઈઓ શહીદ થયા છે. અહીંયા મુંબઈમાં આપણા 2 ભાઈઓને શહીદ કર્યા હતા. એ લોકોને ત્યાં મઝાર છે, અહીંયા મઝગાંવ, ઓલી આપણી મઝગાંવની ઓલી છે કબ્રસ્તાન, ત્યાં અહીંયા કરાંચીમાં શહીદ કરેલા હતા આપણા ભાઈઓને. તો આપણે એમ નથી કે આમ સહેલાઈથી લોહી ઢોળ્યું છે અને એના હિસાબે આપણે આ ખોજાપણું મળ્યું છે. એટલે આ એક ખજાનો છે, આપણે ફેંકવાનો નથી. ખજાનો આપણે રાખવાનો છે અને સજીવન રાખવાનો છે. આપણા જ માટે નહીં, પણ આપણા પછી જે બધા બચ્ચાઓ, તમારા બધા નવા સાવ પોતરાઓ જે આવશે, એ લોકોને પહોંચાડવાનું છે. કારણ કે આજે શું થાય છે કે આપણે અહીંયા મગરીબમાં આવી, એટલે કે વેસ્ટર્ન વર્લ્ડમાં આવી ને આપણે આપણી જે અસલિયત છે ને એ ભૂલી જાય છે. આજે આપણે જોઈએ આપણા બચ્ચાઓ છે, આપણા જવાનીઓ છે, એ લોકો ભૂલી જાય છે કે ઉઠવા બેસવાનું કેમ હોય, બોલવા ચાલવાનું કેમ હોય, ખાવા પીવાનું કેમ હોય, આપણે લેણા દેવી કેમ રાખવી જોઈએ એકબીજાથી. અને અહીંયાની ઢબ એકદમ બદલી ગઈ છે. આપણા જવાનીઓની ઢબ બદલવા માંડી છે. તો આપણે એ પ્રમાણમાં રાખવાનું છે કે આપણે થોડું ઘણું તો બાકી રાખીએ. આપણે એટલું જ રાખશું, મને ખાતરી છે કે લગભગ બધા ઘરમાં એટલું તો રાખતા હશે કે દાળ ભાત ખાતા હશે. એના સિવાય બહુ વધારે બહુ દેખાતું નથી કે શું આપણે રાખીએ છીએ વધારે આપણી સંસ્કૃતિમાંથી. હવે આ છે ખાસ આપણે બનાવેલો હતો માર્કમાં, અને આ તકે હું ખાસ હાજી સાહેબ હસનૈનભાઈ વાલજીનો અને એની ખાસ ટીમનો, આખી ટીમનો હું શુક્રગુજાર છું. આપણે એને એ લોકોને અભિનંદન આપીએ કે કેટલો ટાઈમ બગાડેલો આમાં હતો આ તૈયાર કરવા માટે. અને આ તૈયાર કરવા માટે એકદમ મહેનત પડેલી છે. તમે આમ તો જોઈ લેશો, પણ એમ ના લેખતા કે એક દિવસમાં થઈ ગયું. આ બહુ વર્ષો લાગ્યા અમને તૈયારી કરવા માટે. અને આ તકે હું ખાસ પ્રમુખ સાહેબનો અને બીજી બધી ફેડરેશનના પ્રમુખ સાહેબોનો, બધી જમાતોના જે પણ હોય એ લોકો પાસે ખાસ વિનંતી કરું છું, નમ્ર વિનંતી કરું છું કે આપણે એક એક જમાતમાં એક ખોજા વોલ રાખીએ. એનું કારણ શું છે કે આપણા જવાનિયા આવે ને, આમ જોઈને ખોજા વોલ તો છે ને એ કહેશે હા આપણામાં ખોજાપણું છે. મારી ઓફિસમાંય મેં આ રાખ્યું છે આ વોલ, કે જેટલા આવે ને તો જોઈ કે આ ખોજા છે. એટલે શું થાય કે આપણે એમ થાય કે હા આ આપણું ઓરિજિન આ છે, આપણું પહેલું છે, અહીંયાથી આપણે આવેલા છે, અહીંયા આપણે જવાના છે. એક કોમ છે ને, એક કોમ ક્યારે સજીવન રહે છે જ્યારે એની ભાષા બાકી હોય છે, જ્યારે એની સંસ્કૃતિ બાકી હોય છે. જ્યારે એક કોમની ભાષા મરી જાય છે ત્યારે છે ને એ કોમ ખલાસ થઈ જાય છે, નાબૂદ થઈ જાય છે. તો આપણે આપણી ભાષાને બાકી રાખવાની છે. ખોજાપણું માટે આપણી ભાષાને રાખવી પડવો છે. હવે આ તકે છે ને અમે અવારનવાર દર વર્ષે, મને ખબર છે મને જોઈ છે પણ તમે મને 5 મિનિટ વાત કરી. હવે હું તમને તમારા પાસે ખાસ એનું ઓલું માગું છું કે તમે આટલી કલાકો આપો છો બધા માટે, અમને ખોજાઓને શું 5 જ મિનિટ આપશો? તો આ વોલ છે, આપણે એ છોકરાઓને બધાને શીખવાડશું કે આપણી ઓરિજિન ક્યાં છે, આપણે ક્યાંથી આવેલા છે. કારણ કે આપણે ખબર ના હોય કે આપણે ક્યાં જઈએ છીએ તો પછી છે ને આપણે ઓલા શું કે ઓલા બળદ ના હોય, ધણ હોય ને બળદનું, એટલે ધણ સમજો છો ને, એટલે ગ્રુપ. હા, એટલે એ ધણ હોય એનો કોઈ ગોવાર ના હોય ને તો એ ધણ જ્યાં ને ત્યાં ચાલ્યું જાય અને તૂટી જાય. તો આપણે તૂટવું નથી, આપણે એક ખોજા કોમને સાથમાં રહેવાનું છે. તેથી કરીને આપણી ભાષા, આપણી બધી રીત રિવાજોને બાકી રાખવાની છે. અને ખાસ કરીને આવા દેશમાં, જે અહીંયા વેસ્ટર્ન વર્લ્ડના દેશમાં, આપણે ખાસ કરીને મહેનત કરવાની છે કે આપણી કોમના છોકરાઓ છે ને હવે આવે અહીંયા. બીજું, તમે બધા છે મારા જેવડા નથી, તમે બધા જવાન છો અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ. હમણાં ગઈકાલે ડૉક્ટર સાહેબ બોલ્યા હતા, ડૉક્ટર મોલેદીના, કે હવે રઝાલીભાઈને ને એ લોકોને થોડોક વખત રહ્યો છે. મેં કીધું ભલે અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ, જે વૈદ્ય એ સાચું છે. પણ મારું શું કહેવું છે કે આપણે મહેનત કરીએ કે થોડોક સમય આપણે બાકી છે ને, એમાં આપણા છોકરાઓને પાછા આપણા તરફ ખેંચીએ. અને ખેંચવા માટે અમે એક પ્રોગ્રામ કરીએ છીએ દર વર્ષે અહીંયા ગુજરાતમાં સફર કરવા માટે. હમણાં સુધી શું થાય છે કે બધા મોટી ઉંમરના માણસો આવે છે, એટલે શું થાય છે કે ઓલા મારા જેવા ડોસાને છે ને, એ લોકોને કંઈ હવે ખોજાપણું શીખવાનું નથી, આપણે જવાનિયાને મોકલવાનું છે. તો મેં પ્રમુખ સાહેબ સાથે વાત કરી, મેં કીધું આપણે છે ને ડોનર્સ ગોતીએ, અને ડોનર્સને કહીએ કે 1/3 વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન આપશે, 1/3 જેને જવું હોય એ આપે, અને 1/3 છે જે જમાત હોય એ આપે. તેથી કરીને શું થાય કે આપણે એમાં વધારે ઉત્તેજન આપીએ અને આપણા જવાનીઓને સમજે. તમને ખબર છે, જ્યારે આપણે જઈએ છીએ ને ગુજરાત, અમદાવાદ કે તમે જાઓ અહીંયા જામનગર કે ક્યાં, તમને એમ થાય કે ઓહ, પાછા ઘરે આવી ગયા. આપણે આમ એમ એવું અહેસાસ મજા આવે કે બધા આપણા જેમ ગુજરાતીમાં બોલતા હોય, બધા આપણા જેમ આપણા આચાર વિચારના હોય. ઓલો રસ્તામાં બોલે ને કોઈ છોકરો, એલા તને ખબર છે ને, તો આપણે એમ થાય કે આ ઓલો જમાનો યાદ આવે જુવાનીનો. સમજો છો ને? તમારો ઘણો સમય લે. જી કચ્છીને, હા, પણ અમે જઈએ છીએ, આપણે જઈએ છીએ, લઈ જઈએ છીએ કચ્છમાં. કચ્છી મને આવડતી નથી. આવું કચ્છી નહીં બોલે તો. ચાલો, તમારો ઘણો સમય લીધો, માફ કરજો. અને મને ખાસ યકીન છે, શ્રદ્ધા છે, મારી ખાસ દુઆ છે કે તમે બધા છે ને આ સમય જાશો. ટૂંક જે સંદેશો મેં તમને પહોંચાડ્યો, એ ટૂંક સંદેશામાં તમે ઘણું સમજી ગયા છો. તમે સમજદાર અને હોશિયાર છો બધા. તો તમે અહીંયા છે આ બારેમાં હું તમને ખાસ આ જે વોલ છે એને તમે આસ્તેથી સરખું વાંચજો, તો તમને ખબર પડશે બધી આપણી અસલિયત. તમારો ઘણો આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું. માફ કરજો, તમારો થોડો ઘણો વધારે ટાઈમ લઈ ગયો. વસલામુ અલૈકુમ વરહમતુલ્લાહિ વબરકાતુહ.
Thank you very much. Now, a prehistory before this wall, there is something else. And Dr. Mohsin Jafar will give, I heard, only 120 seconds, approximately. Yes. Bismillah.
સાંભળો રઝા અલીભાઈ, અમે તમને મોલા બાપા બોલાવી છે એમ નેમ નહીં, તમે તન ધન ને મન આપ્યું, ખોજાવ સારું. મહેરબાની તમારી બાપા. 1,000 years ago, our Mark and Hasnain Walji, Iqbal Akhtar from Miami, and Kumail Rajani, all these guys have done research, and we are very grateful to them. But it starts from the Lohana days. Now, who are the Lohanas? The Lohana community is very advanced community. You know, if you are from Uganda, Muljibai Madwani, Kalidas Mehta, and they have done 20-year research. They've used Cambridge University, they've used Leeds, and even Netherlands University. So they've done really very cogent research, and you can go to their websites. So let me quickly tell you who are the Lohanas. આપણે લોહાના છે, પણ કોણ છે આ? તો તમે જો આ ગુજરાત છે નહીં? હા, લોહાનાનો ઓરિજિન આવ્યું from here, south of Uzbekistan and northern Afghanistan. They are the ones who defeated the Mongols. They were the warrior class. Lohanas were the warriors. They defended the old Bharat. This whole was one country. There was no India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. They defended that. They were the fighters. They defeated the Mongols, okay? And when Alexander the Great came, they fought against him and defeated him. He got injured and finally died in Alexandria. But he was defeated by the Lohanas. Lohanas came into Multan and Lahore Gut. So that's where they were called Lohar Rana. Rana is soldier. Lohar Rana. Lohar Rana mati Lohana થઈ ગયું. એ લોકો પછી નીચે આવ્યા and they came into Gujarat as immigrants. Lohanas are immigrants in Gujarat, and it defines them differently. They are taller. They've got wider shoulders. They are the martial race. આપણે ગુજરાતી બધા ધંધાવાળા, businessmen, okay? But they melded with us. They were soldiers they became from Kshatriyas, they became into Vaishyas, and they became our equal to other Gujaratis as workers, as businessmen. And then you know the story about them. But there is a medical problem. So now that's why you see a tall guy like Arif, okay? And we are fairer. We are fairer than other Gujaratis. We have got broader shoulders, and we've got another characteristics. We are brave, we are adventurous, and we are fearless because we were soldiers. We defeated the Mongols, we defeated Alexander the Great. That spirit is what made us great. The Lohanas, who are Hindus, we converted to Islam. But we had the same spirit, and our forefathers went in this 4 or 5 months of journeys and went into Africa and started all over the world, new businesses, fearless. And that spirit exists with us. And Ali Bhai, tamaro mehરબાન છે કે we should not forget that we are a warrior class. We are fighters. We'll fight everything. But we are brothers. So there's a one bad fact about this, the medical fact. Doctor Nomana Mullani Dor Masjid Sudi. But doctor, we have thalassemia. No Gujaratis have thalassemia. Only the Lohanas, the Ismailis, and us Hojas. Why? Because when Alexander came to fight with us, the Greeks, they settled down and they became part of our heritage. If you do your DNA test, you will find that you've got Mediterranean blood in you. 10, 20, 25%. And that has given us thalassemia. And World Federation 15 years ago made a decision that tamne chokra chokri ne panvu che, get your thalassemia test done, because if both of you have thalassemia, your child will have a big problem. We inherited this from the Greeks. And we're the only Gujaratis, the Lohanas and us, who have that. This is our history. And they are continuing that history. You can go to their website. But I want to leave you feeling very proud that you are not just Vepari Manso, but you are soldiers, and you are now soldiers of Imam Zamana. Thank you. Salawat.
On this very occasion, a happy occasion. Okay. Can we please welcome Amin Bhai Nasser, the chairman of Africa Federation, and we will be listening to Afdalus Salat.
આ બધાની ગુજરાતી સાંભળી ને મને તો એમ છું મને પાછું શીખવા જવું જોશે. પણ જ્યારે તમારી ગુજરાતી હું સાંભળું તો મને એમ લાગે આપણે બધાને સાથે શીખવા જવું જોશે. હવે આ સવાલ આવે છે કે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનના પ્રમુખને શું ઇંગ્લિશ નથી આવડતી? જો ઇંગ્લિશ તો બહુ પ્રોપર આવડે છે, પણ ગુજરાતી મને બહુ ગમે છે એટલે હું ગુજરાતી બોલું. હવે તમને ગુજરાતીને ઘણીવાર ગુજરાતી લગાડી દે. આપણા અહીંયા આફ્રિકાના એક મને ભેગા થયા ને 12મા ઇમામની વાત થતી હતી તો મને કે 12મા ઇમામ ખોવાઈ ગયા છે. મેં કીધું આ તમે શું બોલો છો? એટલે કહેવા માંગતો હતો કે ગેબતમાં છે. તો આ ગુજરાતી ધ્યાન રાખજો લગાડી દે છે. બર મોહમ્મદ વાલે મોહમ્મદ સલાવત. मेरे मौला मैं लिखूं तेरी फजीलत कैसे, मेरे मौला मैं फजीलत कैसे, बड़ा मुश्किल तेरी मिदहत का सफ़र लगता है, लोग कह दे ननुसेरी यही डर लगता है, मेरे मौला मैं लिखूं तेरी फजीलत कैसे, मेरे मौला तेरी चौखट पर सितारे ने सलामी दी है, तेरे बच्चों ने फरिश्तों की गुलामी की है, कुले माँ है जिब्रील का उस्ताद है तू, हदिये है कौनैन के सरदार का दामाद है तू, या अली तेरे तारुफ में कोई क्या बोले, तेरी ठोकर का इशारा हो तो मुर्दा बोले मेरे मौला मैं लिखूं तेरी फजीलत कैसे मेरे मौला पुतला आदम का बनाया है तेरे हाथों ने नक्श कौनैन तराशा है तेरे हाथों ने सोचता हूँ कि नुसैरी की खता क्या है सोचता हूँ कि नुसैरी की खता ही क्या है जबकि अल्लाह का चेहरा भी तेरा चेहरा है खुद दिया ने बला गा में जो खुतबा तूने उससे लगता है बना ही है दुनिया तूने मेरे मौला मैं लिखूं कैसे फजीलत तेरे આમાં ખબર પડી કે આપણે ખોજાઈ છે ને શિયા ઇસ્નાશરી પણ છે બર મોહમ્મદ વાલે મોહમ્મદ સલ્લલ્લાહુ
Now the final thing, time for lunch inshallah. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. We will be Brothers, sisters, let us proceed for lunch. We will be starting again the conference at 3 p.m. sharp. 3 p.m. sharp, please. Thank you. Three. Brothers, salamu alaikum. Sisters, salamu alaikum. Friends, salamu alaikum. At the moment, we are 20 past. I have just heard from the different presidents or chairs of the different regions that they are sitting with the CRC, which they did together at lunch, and they need only 10 minutes. And they have requested for this, so we will be starting 3:30. Just wanted to explain exactly what's going on. 3:30 we'll be starting, and we'll start sharp at 3:30. Ahsan, salawat. صلوات على محمد وعلى محمد. صلوات على محمد وآل محمد. صل على محمد Can I ask everyone to sit down? Please take your seats, please. My dear brothers at the very end, please. And sisters, please. Thank you. Ahsantum. Can I ask CRC members to come here? Councillors to please sit down, please. Thank you.
You will install it as well. Fantastic.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I can see that the chais are coming to the tables. Ahsantum. Thank you very much. Volunteers, thank you very much. Very kind. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We have a point of order that we need to clarify. As I had promised, we will do that first thing. And we also have Dr. Mohsin has requested a point of information as well. So whilst we wait for Mohsin Bhai to come because he had raised the point of order, Dr. and Fazli Abbas Bhai, I'll ask Dr. Mohsin quickly to give us point of information. And then we'll go to the different list of delegates. Yes.
I humbly request you kindly get consensus from all these delegates here that we will sit here as long as it takes, even if it means doing our Fajr namaz here and then going home. Because I have a feeling a lot of our people will be gone tomorrow and you won't get this consensus you're getting now. So please ask them if they can make alternative arrangements not to go home today and stay here until we finish. Gujarati ma ke che ne, apre palariu che to ave munda unjo se. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have heard that loud and clear, and I think we'll see how the meeting progresses, and then in the evening we will seek consensus how long we want to continue. But we do agree that we need to make significant progress before the day closes, inshallah. So tomorrow should be more of finalities of things, inshallah. That should be our target. So we need to move fast. Please, please, everybody will get a chance to speak. We have a list. Please. Light tone. Okay. All right.
September Ali Bhai has just announced as well, with Ishara here I can see, Nasima Bhai as well, okay, there will be Dakhu as well tonight, is that correct?
All right. So we had a point of order that is this the latest constitution that you have? And we have checked with the Secretariat. Yes, the constitution that is there in your pack and on the website is the latest constitution. It is on that the CRC team has based its edits. The only difference is, and to explain, is that at Ras Al Khaimah, when we had the Executive Council meeting that was held hybrid, we applied for S105 to allow us to hold both conference and exco on a hybrid basis. And we got a response from the Charity Commission positively, but with the limitation that that will expire at the next ordinary conference. So that means that it was a limited term for us, and therefore the CRC right now in its new recommendation has explicitly mentioned that we should be hybrid for the conference as well. So that hopefully clarifies the point of order. Fazle Bas, thank you. We will now move on. We have around 9 speakers we had promised, and then we will ask the CRC team to present. They have been socializing with regions, with councillors over lunch, so we really appreciate. They've hardly had a proper lunch, but we appreciate their hard work so that we can try and see how much consensus we can get today. So without further ado, Dr. Hassan, my apologies, I had mentioned your name, but there was another name prior to you, so Ali Raza Bandali, and then Dr. Hassan.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving us the opportunity and for considering it. And I was presented by the CRC committee yesterday, and I must commend for the explanation what they gave us. The interesting part was the answers part, the disagreement that they had during proposing this document. The team, the way they have in legal part of it, and the willingness to also consider the opinion from us and the grassroots. This is how we can actually achieve with a binding a good document to be delivered. In that 75 authority TG part.
Because we can't hear Ali Raza Bhai.
And we actually need to deliberate.
Ali Raza Bhai, sorry. We can't hear him.
Can you hear me now?
Well, that's better. So that was my next point. You switch off your video for a moment. Everyone has seen him. I know that we are supposed to see. Is that okay? Yeah. All right. And you heard how he sounds like, how his voice is as well. Okay. Now, more important છે ખબર છે બહુ procedural વાત છે બરાબર. હવે let it be off for a bit and he speaks so we can hear him, and then he will switch on again and see he's the same person, inshallah. Bismillah. Ali Raza Bhai, bismillah.
Thank you, SC. I don't know if my voice was high pitch or low pitch, but I'll try to be more clear and more louder. So basically we have 75% of the structural change in terms of authority and governance. So we heard the CRC team, and I must commend the work they've done. Mr. Chairman, I just have few observation, opinion, and some anxiety that I thought I will channel it to this august body also. Mr. Chairman, the first part is the Board of Trustees having power over regional members. The board, one of the things that worries me is that the Board of Trustees can suspend a member and they can only appeal to the next conference. My worry is I feel we are giving more of a power to Board of Trustees, knowing that they are the complainant, they become the judge, and they become the executors of this decision. I'll keep all my points very brief. The second part is the Board of Trustees to review the regional constitutions to align with themselves. Pramukh Sahib, you will also agree that today we are deliberating on the constitution. Our constitution we cannot reach in a life. Having all these 6 constituent federation to review their constitution may not be also in our favor, and it might be showing like we may be interfering their internal affairs. Knowing that, probably in UK or there are certain countries, there might be also laws that they have been governed to. Coming to the third part, of course, I recall Shahid Bhai also say this, the Board of Trustees can decide the subscription of the Federation Jamaat, and I still feel that we may not be fair, but rather we can come with a process that formalizes on the number of heads on the members that we have. Again, there is point when we say that they can stop the membership, so they have also the power to decide on new membership. I don't know which continent will it be, but I just wanted a clarity if we are referring to a Jamaat that we would want to give them a membership. If you go and see the Board of Trustees has the power to call the conference. Now, I understand Pramukh Sahib of Africa Federation had given two things. He gave a good example. He said either, there are two ways of calling a wife. Either saying that this is my wife or this is the mother of my wife. But then I have the third person, third way of saying that the wife can say that I'm the owner of this husband. I know it sounds something different, but I'll explain you why I'm saying that. In the Board of Trustees, if they are given the power to call the conference, then we should also know what are the rules. I mean, the processes of a Board of Trustees, the notice period, how do they make the decision? We need to have some clarity on that. So that was just part one. Part two, it is about the e-voting. I understand that my voting yesterday, they gave a good presentation, lots of things, but yes, we need to know a few more things in terms of the ICT part, the secrecy part. They have also subcontracted their data to another, they are also subcontracting the data. It's been stored with another party. But now my worry is that within the Federation, there are countries that they have different rules and regulations of their own country. Like in Africa, probably Tanzania and Rwanda may have their own country laws that are different. So that is part one. Part two is that when data are being shared, and I understand, like the presenter yesterday, Mr. Thompson, who said that they'll be keeping in the UK. The issue is coming that probably our members may be exposed to various risks in case there are some claims on. We understand that there are these laws of terrorism, money laundering. So somewhere our members should not get also exposed in case there are inquiries, and our grassroots should not also get problems. So that was the e-voting part. The third part, it was ADR, the alternate dispute resolution. My worry is that, again, it's been appointed by the Board of Trustees. The rules of it will be decided by the Board of Trustees. And again, the same issue is coming, that how can they decide a complainant is going to them, like one of the contributors said, like electoral commissioner, who is going to, if there is any, God forbids, any issues, they go to them, and they are the people who are going to decide. So again, they play this role of judiciaries and also a judge and complainant. A quick one on the fourth, I also concur with the sentiments that Murabi Shabir Bhai Najafi had stated, that for this election, we should allow the grassroots. Let's not take a fast decision. Pramukh Sahib, they are the ones that gave you a vote, and on multiple occasions we have said that they are the ones, the majority of votes that you got. So let's not go for a fast decision. We can delay it a bit. Probably we need to, before bringing any lobby for explain them why we are doing this. Just yesterday, it said that they had also consultation with a legal representative, and they mentioned the legal representative. And today I understand it's the same legal representative, Mr. Chairman, you said that he is also covering our interest. I just wanted to think outside the box. Is it wise to have same legal representative who is also defending us at the court, and at the same time he is the same person who is also advising us on the constitution? Don't you think so, Mr. Chairman? We can have, or we can think somewhere a legal opinion from a person who is somehow independent. So these are my views. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before I ask Dr. Assam to speak as the next speaker, since the last point you raised was more for information, we have two different legal counsels. The legal counsel we have here is the one we have utilized him over the constitution review and other matters. We have a separate legal counsel for the legal case. Yeah, thank you. Dr. Hassam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I've been listening throughout the morning, different diverse views coming up, and I can see some form of divergence and some form of way forward coming along, which I think is a good step forward. One of the things that I have heard quite few times is do not fix something that's not broken. Now, I agree with that. If something is working, don't fix it. But surely you can upgrade it. And I don't think anybody is in disagreement with that. I mean, we upgrade our equipments, we upgrade our softwares, etc., etc. And I think we need to look at the current constitution. Is it fit for purpose at the present time? If it's not fit for purpose at the time, or if it makes our working better, more accountable, etc., that's the way to go. All charities, wherever in the world, are striving for that. And I'm sure we all agree that that's what we want to do, not just stick with what we have, and we are happy with it, you don't change it. I use this analogy, and I know this happened at one time, and somebody said, oh, we don't like changes. And I said, look, it is our human nature that we don't like change. We are used to something, we are happy to carry on with it. I said, take for an example, you are in an open office space, you have a photocopier at one end of the room, and you one day come as a manager and say, I want this photocopier to be moved at the other end of the room. How much resistance are you going to have for that? So that's our nature, but I think we need to go over above it and try and see if we can come to a consensus today that everybody's happy with, or everybody is reasonably happy with, and we have made some progress and we have improved our constitution. The main concern that I have noticed coming this morning is about removal of the EXCO. And that gives the power to the office bearers. Now, I've been an office bearer once upon a time, and I can understand that concern. And I have empathy for that concern. But rather than having concern and says, no, because power is going away, no, I say, let's look beyond that and see how we strengthen the Board of Trustees so that the power doesn't go to them without accountability. There's an accountability to it. And that is where I am coming from. The suggestion made by CRC of removing EXCO, I am very much in favor of it, provided we strengthen the Board of Trustees. Various trusts nowadays have two trustees. There are the operational trustees, and there are those trustees who are not operational, but they have certain skills they bring to the board, and they work together with the operational trustees, but they are not involved in the day-to-day working of the charity, which means it takes them away from the nitty-gritty of the working, but it gives them an oversight. Fiduciary duties is the same. Voting powers for them is the same. Now, in corporate world or in other world, they define them as executive and non-executives. I don't want to use that word because it may send a wrong meaning. So I'm using words that is operational and non-operational trustees. And if we agree to have a stronger board, not of the office bearers, because the trustees we have now are only because they are office bearers. That's why they are the trustees. They have not been elected as the trustees, they've been elected as an office bearer, and they become the trustees. My suggestion is, and I'm just going a bit further to what other people have said, on the same point of strengthening the Board of Trustees, and one of them is Sabira Bailaka, and I've had extensive discussion with her as well during today. And my suggestion is that strengthen the Board of Trustees, whether it's 3 or 4, don't go for large numbers because it becomes difficult to run the board and come to consensus. Have 3 or 4, but these are trustees who are independent trustees elected at the conference, not nominated by any Jamaats or not representing any regions. Otherwise, it's a conflict of interest. They should not be in any of the regional federation or Jamaat organization. That we completely independent. That's number one. Number two, they come with skill sets. Skill sets that's going to add value to the board. Some of them could be accountants. They can look at all the risk management issues and everything associated with the transfer of monies and accountability. Some of them could be some HR experience. Some could be with experience in strategic planning, etc. And I think we should look for the skills, the right type of skills, and strengthen the board so that the board of trustees is strong. Power is not only with the office bearers. They work jointly. They don't work against each other, but they are the eyes and ears that we at the conference have put them there together so that they can make sure that the organization works with all accountability and trust that we would like to have, that the decisions are going to be much better. Now, if we agree to do that, then we look at how are the regional federation going to come closer and interact with the with the trustees to ensure that the work is taking place. And this is where I think we are afraid that if we are removing the executive council, then we need to put some members of the regional federation into the board, which I think is a wrong way of going around it. Instead, the CRC has proposed a consultative leadership committee, CLC. CLC is where I think we should strengthen them. And I think we should focus on saying what type of people we'll have on CLC, what would be their terms of reference, and how are they going to interact with the boards of trustees. This is where I feel the regional representation should come. Members of the region federation, whether they are president, vice president, secretary general, or any nominated from the regions, should be sitting on the CLC. They should have mandated regular meetings with the board of trustees, the whole board of trustees, and they should have exchange of ideas. They can help each other. They can correct things that they are not happy with. Don't have to wait till the conference. Don't have to wait for 3 or 4 months till the next executive council meeting. They could have monthly meetings. They could have quarterly meetings, whatever they feel is essential. And this is where the region will start working much closer with the board of trustees. And this is where the region can have strong input. And I think we should look at the terms of reference of the CLC and ensure that they become I won't use the word powerful because this is not a power game. We are not trying to make one group more powerful than other. We are trying to bring the skills together, bring together a structure that works efficiently and delivers the work, and delivery is very important and is accountable. The last point that I would like to make is the election of the president. I know there's a lot of talk on about it. Now, I think I'm right to say this, that I was the first president who was elected through the grassroots. Because those presidents prior to me were so powerful that they were unopposed, or somewhere along the line, after 1 or 2 regions have voted, they decided to withdraw their name and there was no election. If I'm wrong, correct me. Mohsin is here, Iqbal is here. They are sort of, they have the history. I was the first one who was elected, and it was a tough job. It was a tough job, and I think somebody said it before also. You had to get known at the grassroots level. You had to go out, you had to walk, you had to be in there. Not everybody is able to do that. I was fortunate. I had a business. Somebody else was taking care of it. I was able to charge all the expenses to myself. I could do all that. We could have some genuine people who would like to contribute, who would like to be the president, but grassroots election is going to be very difficult. And in spite of the fact, I feel that the election that I and my colleague fought was clean. Yes, there was some disputes. We resolved them because there was a difference in culture. India voted with show of hands. Others put ballot paper. And when the show of hands came, one of the Jamaats knew me because I'd visited them. 99% of the vote. Oh, this is fraud. You know, how can you get 99% of the vote? Well, I don't know how I get 99% of the vote, but this is what happened. And this is how it will go on. My personal view is, and from my experience and having seen the other elections that have taken place after my term and the disruption that it has caused, I am of the strong opinion that the president should be elected at the conference. Elect them at the conference, there will be no arguments afterwards, because once the conference has elected him, he is eligible, there is no fraud, and there is no issue of how we are going to meet the different data protections and how are we going to do this. It removes all this. And it will be the best way to elect a leader because he is responsible to the conference, to the region here. And we elect him or her, whatever it is, we elect. I'm saying her because otherwise Sabir Abai will get angry with me afterwards. So I'm trying to please her also. She can also become president, right? So I think we should look at this, and I think we should very calmly, don't get fixated with an idea. If there is an issue, if there is a weakness, let's find out how we can strengthen that weakness and how we can move forward. And that's all. I think I covered all my points. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Hassam. Abul Bhai Gokal, point of information. Yes, please.
Ahmed Bhai, thank you for raising the trustee issue. Others have raised it also. It's only yesterday that I found out from some of our lawyers here, attorneys, that the role of trustees in America is very different. They're only in charge for property, and role of trustees in UK is different, and I don't have any idea how it is in the other part of the world. So can you just tell us, what do you mean by trustees versus what we in America understand as custodians of the property?
Thank you, Mohsin Bhai. I'm going to pass it on to Dr. Makbul, who's a lawyer who can actually give it the proper, but I was thinking the same thing because in Canada we have trustees or custodians of property. But that was an alert to me, and when we talk about trustees are in fact directors. They have full fiduciary obligations to the charity, duty of care, basically. So in the UK. And so the nomenclature is different. So when we talk about the Board of Trustees, in fact, they are like a director would be and would have full liability, but also has to take duty of care. Correct me if you have to add anything.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a very, very important and very good question to clarify. There are two types of trustees, as most people know. In the UK, they are holding or custodian trustees, and they have duty of care. They have fiduciary responsibilities in relation to the assets that they are holding, usually on behalf of someone else, for tax planning, for example, for other reasons. So they are custodian trustees or holding trustees. But when we talk under charity law, we are talking of managing trustees. It may well be that the managing trustees may well also be vested with property, and this does happen. So there is a merger of functionality here that the managing trustees may, as is the case in our existing constitution, that the office bearers as trustees are managing trustees. At the same time, they are vested with property and the assets of the organization. So, and they have the duties of care in the same way, but they have additional duties. See, there is generally an understanding in common law. There's a law of trust. The law of trust is one that gives obligations to the trustees for different types of trusts. Any trust situation where you are in trust, you're holding money or assets in trust for someone beneficiary, there is a responsibility. And that is a duty, a fiduciary duty that you have. But there are also managing trustees, and for specifically in the UK, For charity law, we are talking about managing trustees who have full management, and they've got specific statutory duties as regards how they carry out, and they are under the oversight, generally speaking, of the Charity Commission for any action that is regarded as not proper, that is not in accordance with charity law. So I think, and now I quite understand Mohsin Bhai's point that, you know, charity, this holding trustee for property, for trust for property has been used. You see, US law is based on Anglo-Saxon law anyway. As you know, in due course, Anglo-Saxon law, the common law, has been changed by statutory law in USA. But the concepts originated from that. So I think I can understand the perspective of the questioner, but it is not the case that it is regarded as limited to only holding or being custodian trustee in UK, and I may say in many parts of the world that are based on Anglo-Saxon law and common law.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Point of information, Safdar Bhai?
How many? Okay, the last one, please. We'll have
Thank you.
2 minutes.
Just
Yes.
point of information. Thank you very much, Uncle Makbul, for elucidating the rule. I just want to add one item to what Uncle Makbul said, and that is one that, like for instance in COAGE, a practical example would make it easier to understand. We have 36 trustees at COAGE. All 36 have fiduciary duty. Some have already asked me what fiduciary means. It means acting in the best interest of the beneficiary. That's all that fiduciary means, acting in the best interest of the charity in this case. And Latin words and foreign words can be quite, can be confusing. So maybe we should stick to plain English. So we act in the best interest of the charity. Now, in COAGE, we have operational trustees, which are the 6 office bearers. So whilst we have 36 trustees, it is easy under charity law to distinguish operational charities from non-operational charities. And our recommendation when we were talking about expanding the board of trustees is to expand the non-operational board, but to have the office bearers as the 6 operational trustees.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Abul Bhai Gokal, President of Pakistan Federation, and is online.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Okay, I realize the time constraints, so I'll try to be brief to the extent of the lesser important points, but I would like some time to elaborate on the more important ones. And in the same spirit, I'll skip the customary facilitation and greetings, but must add that it's been a most learning experience, especially the way the expo and the conference has been conducted, the open deliberations that have taken place, in view of the intense exercise done at the CRC, as evident by the findings and the documents. And here we were allowed to even debate on the foundations of the documents, like the grassroots elections, or on the mechanism, like the e-voting. So it's all very encouraging and speaks volumes of the open-heartedness and sincerity with which the organization is being handled and run. This important exercise, that is review of the Constitution, has its own significance. It is important because the document is sacred, the Constitution, and it is important because of the significance that the amendments have. For any organization to exist successfully, it requires an effective constitution, and for an organization to progress and prevail, it requires progressive amendments. amendments that are aligned to the organizational objectives and, of course, to the Constitution. Alhamdulillah, the World Federation is recognized worldwide in the Muslims, in the entire Ahl Tashi, and of course the Hoja world as an extremely useful and efficient organization that has been serving its community at the highest standards. For any organization to prevail and for the WF to continue its grand, noble services, it has to learn and adapt to its successful recipes and adjust these to the contemporary requirements. This is the exercise why amendments or review of the Constitution is being done, so that we can adjust our winning recipe to the current times. And in this exercise, due care is required to the governance, that is the structure, and to the governed, in this case, it means the stakeholders or the members, and of course, to the governing document. It is due to the strategic relevance of amendments that when the amendments are being proposed, or the reviewed document, the revised document is being proposed, its importance solicits skepticism, which means that the audience well understands the importance of these amendments or the review, and they want to exercise due diligence, due care, caution, whether the amended version is aligned to the organizational objectives and to the goals, and the intrinsic fear of the unknown, that what has initiated these amendments, how sincerely have these been thought out, etc. So these are some of the roadblocks. For those who appreciate Urdu poetry, Allama Iqbal had said, "Ain-e nau se darna, tarze kohan pe adna, manzil yahi katin hai, qawmon ki zindagi mein." So it is the fears, the obstacles that cause the roadblocks. But in this case, we are fortunate to have a sincere, dedicated, and enlightened leadership who have repeatedly assured us of transparency and the fact that there will be they will not exert any opinions on the decision makers, and we have seen this. Earlier on, where I said that the areas which require attention includes the governance, that is the structure. This is covered in the Constitution in terms of the number of tiers and the size of the bodies. So the lesser the number of tiers, the more efficient the organization, the lesser the time.
Abul Bhai, we have lost you, and I'll appreciate, because I don't know, I hope you can come back if you can give us the key points in terms of your opinion on grassroots versus conference and the other points that were raised on the structure, the status quo, or the CLC. But I'm just trying to buy the time whilst you reconnect. Are you there? No? We have lost him. Okay. So I think Abul Bhai once more, and then I'll move to the next. Abul Bhai, you're back? Abul Bhai, you are on mute. Yeah. We cannot hear you. Abul Bhai, if you can fix that. Okay, you're back.
I got cut off, but I do not know at what point. Can someone guide me
Yeah.
into where I was?
So I think you are just getting to the structure and the alignment of the structure. So I was also trying to, whilst we were not hearing, I was trying to say if you can, because of time and the challenges we have, and I appreciate you afar as well, if you can talk about the grassroots versus the conference issue, as well as which model is your preference, that will help us in reaching conversion. But I think you just started talking about structure and you got cut off.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bhai. The prelude was important to reach that point of the argument.
Sure.
My statement on the structure was that the governance has been mentioned in the Constitution in terms of the tiers and the size of the bodies, and the powers vested in these bodies, and the checks and balances, like the TLC, or the addition of overseeing trustees, or Dr. Sam just mentioned, and that was a good point. And about the stakeholders, how homogeneous the organization is, homogeneous versus heterogeneous organization, etc. These are again covered in the Constitution. We have not come to debating the specific clauses, so that's a point for another time. Now I'll sum up the proceedings so far as follows. That the power with the conference, that's what my view is, the power to be with the conference, either annual or semi-annual, rather than the triennial conference. This is definitely a more efficient model, especially when it is strengthened by the subject specialist trustees to address the concerns. Then, in today's conference, we witnessed the collective wisdom indicating a preference for the non-grassroots elections, but as a guideline, and depending on what is decided, my humble submission is that the responsibility of conducting the elections should be with each region. We can avoid the third-party outsourcing, and instead of outsourcing our weak areas, let's strengthen them and invest here. And another point that I'd add here is that the regional feds in the mechanism may be given the discretion of opting for the voting methodology, as the grassroots literacy, awareness, and info level varies from region to region. This methodology must be pre-approved at the WF. So this is about my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abul Bhai. Azim Bhai Devji.
Assalamu alaikum, bhaiyo.
Alaikum salam.
Pehla mane bahut khushi se join hai ki the meeting is going on very well, very constructively, and jara arguments not touched. So I'm very happy to see that unity is being formed now. જે મને બોલવું હતું, unfortunately, Dr. હાશને બોલી લીધા, but I don't want to repeat. પણ ખાલી મને એક જ બધા મેમ્બર, બધા કાઉન્સિલર્સને કહું છે કે આ કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન આપવું છે for our future generation. So everybody should come with a positive thoughts. અને આ એવું નથી કે જે ઓફિસ બેરો છે એ લોકો આવે છે, એ લોકો 6 વર્ષ પછી નહીં હોય. So એવું નથી કે કોઈ પણ આ બનાવે છે on their benefit. We're making this constitution for the future of this community. So હું અહીંયા સ્ટોપ લઈ જઈશ કારણ કે ડોક્ટરે બધા મારા પોઈન્ટ્સ બોલી દીધા છે. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Salim Bhai Ramtullah. If everybody can be as quick as Azim Bhai, will make our life easier today. Thank you.
So I guess I will be very quick. Like majority of people sitting here, we don't really understand the Constitution as well. We're trying to give our pennies worth as much as we can. And I find this a very difficult task because I have a feeling what I want to achieve from this Constitution, but more than that, what's important for me is the people sitting here. Because as a community, we're trying to all, like I said earlier, yesterday, that we're all trying to serve the same purpose. And I see the disagreements in Constitution is sometimes becoming very uncomfortable between people and is sometimes bringing out the worst out of us. And therefore, I think some of the points I've made, I'd rather not make any comments on that because a lot of people have covered the same thing. By making a point of a situation, I feel it's more of which camp you are, which situation you are, who you're supporting, and I think, whatever the outcome, it's still going to be a good outcome. Yeah, it's still going to be serving the community. We're not going to serve the community any less. The needs are still going to be the same. So, you know what, let's just decide whatever we need to do and then we can carry on, inshallah.
Thank you. So if I summarize, you are a pluralist in this context. Thank you. Muhammad Ali Bhai Merchant.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, from the platform Pakistan Federation, I appreciate the work done by CRC committee, which is very commendable. Secondly, the inputs from all of us has been given. What is this and what is that? Now, the constitution you proposed, I must say that it is important that it should be aligned with the regional federation operation or procedures. Because regional federation, when doing the job, naturally they will look into you, and it doesn't be like that, it is not in our constitution or we can't do it as per land law. Because if you take Pakistan, it is very different land laws over there, very different, and the needs and requirements over there are also very different, east and west. India might be with same as of we are doing. Now, on very short basis, I would prefer that when you are saying e-voting, it's a very good concept, e-voting is there, and we are doing in Pakistan since last so many years at Jamaat levels, at federation levels, as well as when World Federation elections were done lastly over there. So this is a very good thing, and any assistance required, the same can be provided from our platform. As regard to census, the population of our is 55,000 and above. Naturally, when it is there, so we have done it, and almost the data is with us, which will be easily available to you for e-voting purposes as well. We strongly oppose regarding the third-party issue for voting. As you know, we have a very sensitive issues in Pakistan regarding the security and leakage of these data of our members, which has happened in Pakistan in previous years. And every Hoja was being called, and other story you must be knowing it. Now, for close working with the region, we must know the board of trustees, as I have heard, 5 trustees or 4 trustees and 3 trustees. Whether it will be enough or not, I don't know. This August House will suggest and decide what to do. Because what I see, when we are at the executive council meeting, we find it more attractive and more decision making, so that at the time of the conference, after thorough discussion, the thing moves to the conference, and naturally conference has the power to decide our role, and it should be annually, at least in my opinion. As regards to, I just want to answer Dr. Hussain Jiva has pointed out regarding the grassroots. Now, grassroots, if you have seen, Ahmad Hashim Saab is witness, Safdar Bhai, Mr. President, you are witness of that. In our community, mostly the grassroots knows what World Federation is. Why? Because it was popularized, it was at the time of election, many times we have been, and from decades, the grassroots were giving the voting powers, giving the voting, and Jamaat, through its federation, was managing all these things. So, Jiva Bhai, ત્યાં હમારો બાકાયદા voting થાય છે અને grassroots accept, ઠીક છે, not 100%, but not 50%, but at least everybody now, as of today, knows what World Federation is. Naturally, World Federation is doing the work for its federation, and federation is doing for its Jamaat, and Jamaat is ultimately doing for its members. So members must know who is doing it. In my opinion, must know, and they must appreciate and realize, and in future they can be part of that committee or members or community who are serving others. So in my humble opinion, these were some suggestions which have been, and you are witness, Ahmad Hashim Bhai, Mr. President, in Pakistan you have been witness to what the things, the state of art work we are doing over there, with regards to hospital and everything. Any assistance required from you, we can get. But again I will insist, whatever the changes, naturally you have proposed the changes for the betterment of the company, for the betterment of the working, for the betterment of the professionalism in this federation. But you should keep in mind that different laws are for different regions, and we can't apply one law to everyone. You have to take it into consideration, that thing. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Murabi Mohammad Bhai Jafar, you are next.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Mr. Chairman, I think a lot has been said. Most of the people have said, and especially what Dr. Jafar has said, what Sabir has said, what Montu has said. The most important thing is, we first have to decide, do we want to throw the baby with the bath water? What is wrong with present constitution? Why have a total change? Why? I don't understand. Nowhere in the world the total constitution has ever been changed. The constitution's point, some of the things which has to be changed goes through the change. But here what you are doing is scrapping the whole thing and then going with a totally new structure. Do we need that structure change? The question is, do we need a structure change? What benefit is going to do with the structure change? First of all, it will take you, I can assure you, even by tomorrow, you will not be able to finish this meeting if you are going for the total structure change. Because every clause has got a problem. I would say that you take your constitution team together with yourself and 2 members of each region, sit down, agree to disagree, and sort it out. Because otherwise, I can assure you, we will be here for next 10 days. And tomorrow is the last day, nothing is going to happen. It will be followed into the next meetings. So please, first and foremost, I would request that you sit down with the regional bodies who are your owners, who are actually the owners. Sit down with them, sort it out. We do not need a total change. You cannot change the whole structure. And the structure has been working for last 38 years or 40 years, and it has served us very well. Please. We had only problem on SOP, which, with the suggestion of Dr. Jafar and others, that why should a chairman of a federation who is the head of all the other federation be selected by the grassroots? Should be elected by the delegates. So I would request, Mr. Chairman, with your secretary, if you would like to carry, and your CRC team, and 2 members of this each sit down. Otherwise, take half an hour, take 1 hour, and then we can come back and deliberate on it. We said
Thank you.
This we are, because CRC's reply, I can assure you, every reply of CRC, there will be a challenge. Therefore, this is my request to cut down the time, to cut down the man hours which we are wasting to get into position. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. We have just 3 more speakers, and then we will ask CRC to come in. Zahir Bhai.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, please. I just forgot most important thing. Your PR marketing lady, Sabira Bai, we asked her, where is the chocolates? And she produced chocolates for us. Thank you very much. You really got a nice PR lady. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Jazakallah. Zahir Bhai.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So as the representative of Ayatollah Sistani yesterday said, when we recite salawat, we re-energize ourselves. So can we please recite a loud salawat for ourselves and everybody here? Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad wa ajil farajahum. So first of all, Dr. Mohsin, thank you for reminding us that we are warriors. So democratic, diplomacy, both dubare. But I'm not going to do that, I'm just joking. Thank you for that. The only document that came perfect is the Holy Quran, and I'm not going to go into it again. This document is also evolving, and it's very important to remember that. And change is the only constant, as the past president of World Federation, Dr. Ahmad Hassan, has said. So I have 7 points. I'm going to go through them very, very quickly. Number 1 is the external company for data. I'm not in favor of it due to various concerns that are there. I'm sure we have mechanisms internally to manage that process. And one of the things in the Secretariat report which was mentioned was a digital ID which can help with that process. Secondly is ADR approval and reporting, which was also mentioned by Ali Raza Bhai Bandali from Dar es Salaam. It needs to be changed to elected and reporting to conference, not to the Board of Trustees. Third is I'm strongly in favor of us changing the structure from Executive Council to conference, because actually we have no power. Realistically, this meeting has no power. We need to go to conference and say, "Ame kaira 3 varas ma tame rectify karo." And if they say, "Ame rectify nahi karta," then we are back to 0. Actually, we have no power. So conference yearly is a very, very, very good idea.
This meeting is conference.
This is not conference, Bado. Executive Council. External trustees, extraordinary. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, sorry. External trustees, I'm looking at it from an operational point of view. Let's say conference elects or grassroots elect, we elect one person and then conference elects him, and then he overrules or now interferes in the election of the majority guy. So who are we electing? The majority person, one person, or the 3 candidates or 5 candidates, or him? Who are we electing to run the charity? So it might be a conflict of operation. Oversight committee, and non-executive, executive, all that, but I don't think that one is a very good idea. So it needs to be thought about very thoroughly in terms of lessening the conflict which we're already seeing at some times. This point, very passionate about it individually, is that all councillors must be elected. You are serving at the pleasure of your chairman. That should never be told to anybody. And in terms of the structural change which is being proposed, whether it goes through or not, about the conference electing the president, that means that if I am the chairman of a federation and I bring 20 delegates of my own choice, because they're all appointed, then the grassroots is not represented for the WF. It's only me. who is representing what I feel. So it's very important that the election happens from ground. The election of the councillors to the regional federation must be elected because we are a democratic organization from top to bottom. Delegate, okay? Councillors and delegates should be elected. When they come to the regional Supreme Council or whatever you call it in other regions, they are then elected from there to WF. Should not be appointed at any point in time because then it really messes up our current beautiful structure. One of the things you just mentioned was the roles and responsibilities of WF, RF, and Jamaat. Right now, there's a lot of overlap. You see, the federation is doing something, the same thing the Jamaat is doing. Then the same thing after 6 months, World Federation is doing. So we are duplicating a lot of things which was mentioned by Murtaza Bhai Kanani earlier in the morning. So this is very important. Kon su kare che, it should be very, very clear. And the last one is, there was a paper, that was my first executive council meeting, and again I'm going to put here in a light note. Shabar Bhai Dhala, when he was going around, he said, Zahir Bhai, we have not heard you speak. I think this is my first executive council meeting. The next one you will wish I'll stop speaking. And in Toronto, we had a good, and he was there as well, when PNS also was thrown out. So basically, code of leadership was presented at Karachi, and Marhum Syed Hassan Naqvi, we were sitting, under the table. And I told him, Abo, saro paper che. So he mane ke, koi divas pass nahi thawa de. That's Marhum Syed Hassan Naqvi, who I feel at this point we can recite Surah Fatiha for all our marhumin. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Which means that a person who in a certain country, if he has a court case or he has some serious issues, cannot stand for office. But in our organization, if I am a bad businessman or I have 20 court cases in court, I can come and become the chairman of president of World Federation. It doesn't make sense. So that code of leadership paper needs to be incorporated into this constitution, that these are the criteria of, like say, we made sure ke khoja ho joy. Ha, okay, bo fine criteria che pan. બીજો પણ ક્રાઇટેરિયા હોવું જોઈએ કે સારો માણસ છે, મુત્તકી છે, આ છે, તે છે, બધું દાડી હોય કે ના હોય એ પછી તમે મરજાને રિફર કરજો. થેન્ક યુ.
Thank you very much. Santum Altaf Bhai. Daya. No? You covered. Okay. Then the last one is Anam Merchant. She's the last speaker, and then we will close here for now. Anam Bhai, please.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to speak. And we had a really insightful conversations happening these days. Most of the points already has been addressed by the fellow members. I just want to add on regarding that we should all be on the same page regarding, because of the need of the day, the amendment of the constitution should be according to what's happening nowadays, considering all the external and internal factors. And we should have a good collaboration between the regional teams to closely work with the World Federation so that we can create synergy and a successful plan in future. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. I think we have had an exhaustive discussion, comments. People have obviously perspectives, but it's all on the table. We will now request the CRC team my suggestion to the CRC team is to be succinct, focus on these key areas of the SOP and structures, and then I will suggest a way forward after that, inshallah. Thank you. Apologies. He was on the list. Okay, my apologies. Zulfikar Bachandu, you are on the list. It was an oversight.
Point of order. No?
I really appreciate. Bless you.
Yeah, I continue, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Thank you, everybody, for this immense avalanche of feedback. The verse I recited, Inna Allah ma sabirin, really helped me during the day. And so I wanted to give some perspective. I've served in Jamaat as a Secretary General. I served in Nasimco, a regional federation, as Secretary General. And I've served right now as the head of the CRC, and I've also, chaired a meeting of the WF. So I'm aware of the issues surrounding our institutions from a Jamaat perspective, to a regional perspective, to a World Federation perspective. We use the WF Jamaat-wise to go and help them ask for money. We never, ever give it back. And I'm talking about we don't give it back in the sense that we never consider our obligations once we finish our projects to sort of say, okay, here, WF, maybe this can help somebody else. And I'm talking from a perspective, I am a federalist. I believe in what Dr. Mohsin Jafar spoke about, streamlining, strategizing the purpose of our institutions. Yes, the Jamaats at the grassroots level provide the final delivery. But, for example, for Tarbiyah, the content was generated at WF through regional federations. All of that money spent, driven down to the classroom level, and when I talked to people when I was in a Simco Secretary General, my cousin, we shall name nameless, he's going to give money to somebody for Khums. And I said, give the money to Nasimco. I don't trust them. What do they do? And I say, well, do you have kids that go to madrasa? Yes. Look at the back of the madrasa book, and it has Nasimco, WF, all of these stickers on them that shows what it's doing, and you're taking the benefit without providing, oh, well, they don't have any accountability. Well, this is the constant argument. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's heard it. You guys have heard it as well. If we say what Dr. Mohsin Jafar is talking about, streamlining and defining the purpose of the WF as the confederation of the federations, and the federations within their region providing the services to Jamaat, and the Jamaats within their regions providing services to their members, then everything is streamlined. Then I will just bring up the Brampton Accord, for example. Everybody's heard of it, but nobody implements it and nobody enforces it. So we basically have everybody doing whatever they want to do, but they only come together when they want something from each other. This is my experience, okay? And I say to myself, how do I make a contribution? Because I've worked from the bottom up. I got to know the WF only because we needed money for the JCC project. We came to Dr. Ahmad Hashim in the 2008 Birmingham Exco. And he said to us, yeah, we will help you. You have to go through your regional federation to make sure you give us a letter that they are approving for you to go fundraising. So this is what we did. We did that, and then alhamdulillah, he was in Dubai. We met in Dubai. We couldn't get any money from the Toronto Jamaat, local. But we could talk to people outside because they weren't aware of all the small issues, and that's how the fundraising for JCC started. Alhamdulillah, it is a done project. We are, Toronto Jamaat is very happy that that project has been done. But, so is that the only thing we need the WF for? And to the Jamaat level? I'm not sure. When I was in the Jamaat as a secretary, I used to ask the chairman of Nasimco as to what we can do for it and what we can do for the WF in terms of fundraising. And I used to run an Intizar campaign, 3rd, 4th, and 5th of Shaban during that time. So the WF now is basically there's talk about grassroots or conference elections. of the many, many projects that have come through the WF, women empowerment, I don't see any changes, to be honest. I just don't see any changes. So if you let the men decide what is good for the community, the men will decide what's good for the men. Not that they want to not help the women, but it just doesn't come in there. It just doesn't come there. It won't come unless you basically say that this person has to go talk to the grassroots where the members are of both gender. We will have an opportunity to hear him or her and then vote accordingly. And so they will have accountability to those members. Otherwise, nothing changes. If the changes are not coming from the grassroots, from the public, then there's no accountability. It's only to the conference. I mean, yes, it's expensive. Yes, there's a lot of vile thrown out against each other in politics. But perhaps we should say, instead of saying, oh, we just do all the haram things when we do politics, because they would be considered to be haram, I guess, ghibat and all this kind of stuff. But okay, let's not do it. So let's not do the good stuff, because then that way we can avoid the bad stuff. It's like saying, I can pass by a bar, but I have to drink if I pass by a bar. If that was the case, then you wouldn't be able to walk around in England now, could you? Because there's a pub in every corner. With respect to the streamlining, if we could get the WF and the regional federation streamlined to their specific objectives and service deliveries, then we also have to, for example, say to, or come across all of the regional federations have to basically act in streamline. COEG has conference elections. NASIMCO has conference elections. Africa Federation has grassroots elections. Pakistan has grassroots elections. So let's talk about membership or council voting. Sister Sabira suggested that they're all equal. Here, all the federations are equal. However, her own federation treats their members not equal based on population. Because Stanmore has more councillors in their executive council, same as Africa Federation has more councillors based on their population. So if you want to have a level playing field and strategize to say that the big ones will help the small ones, then I think this is a very, very good discussion, because this is actually going to go someplace. Because believe me, when we were hungry in Toronto, we begged everywhere. And now people are coming to beg us. And I find that it should be the other way around. We should want to be able to discharge our burden to the WF and the regional federations to say, find me a project where I can discharge this burden. Okay, it's not just, I collected the money from outside, I built something, I'm generating income, and I should be able to discharge and help others who are in that process of growing as well. So I think for that reason, I believe that if we take away the grassroots elections, it's hard. 100% it's hard. But there's a reason why democracy works with the will of the people. What we can do is we make it better. If we look at the past elections, we've had problems, but in very, very specific regions. So let's go and fix that region. We don't have to do it by electronic voting.
Brother Arif, there's a point of information.
Yes.
Sorry, at COEG we also have grassroots elections.
My apologies. So I had asked somebody. I had asked Monte Canadi. Okay, I apologize then. I must have missed.
As we are talking about point of information on COEG.
No, please let me finish. Please, I accept it. No, I understand
COEG.
that, but please let me finish, because the fact that you have grassroots elections, it's fantastic, because it works. It works. Otherwise, unfortunately, there's not a lot of rotation. So you get somebody from the outside says, I want to change such and such a thing, and I'm going to go to the people. So we have grassroots elections in some regional federations. We have grassroots elections, excuse me, Murabbi. Huh? So we have grassroots elections with some federations and not with some. So if you want to streamline it to have conference elections or council elections, then it's a great discussion to have. And streamline it, figure out where your lanes are, and work within those lanes, and you're going to create a more efficient organization right throughout to the final delivery, right? And then the Jamaat stay within their lane as well. And so that way it's going to be a faster delivery. I wanted to leave that with you with respect to the view of the grassroots elections. I know it's easier to do it the way that was recommended here. I know it's absolutely easier. But we don't run away from hard things, otherwise we don't learn anything. Hard things are an opportunity for us to learn and how to make it better. And I want to make sure that the women in this community are going to see some change in the future, because I've been to many, many meetings where I've talked about white paper on women empowerment and youth empowerment. I mean, let's take a look at this. It's 95% men. And this was like 15 years ago. It's not going to change. It's just not going to change. If you let the men decide for you, you're not going to change. Okay? So I want to leave you with that, and I want to take Murabbi, your advice, your very, very good advice, and invite, because we had started late for that purpose, and invite the regional federation president or 2 members of each regional federation, and I will take the office bearers. And I will leave my good friends, because they've taken all the notes, Murabbi, Dr. Makbul Rahim and Rasul Bhai Bamani, to give you some feedback on your feedback to us. Inshallah, I ask for your prayers that we go into a sidebar. I think we got some convergence on some of the discussions we had. Maybe, maybe not, but it's worth a try. And we will come back to you at 6 p.m. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. If you can. So the suggestion of the CRC chair is that he would like a break with the regional, preferably with the regional president, but you also need to make sure, Arif Bhai, that you take those who are online to connect them. So the AB team should support you with that in one of the rooms behind. In the meantime, I suggest that obviously everybody needs a break, but if Makbul Bhai and the team can respond to some of the issues, and then we take a break. Okay, Amin Bhai, are you here? Amin Bhai Nasser? Salim Bhai? If 2 of you, you can decide who you want to go. Amin Bhai kya che? Amin Bhai Nasser, if you can take whoever you want from Africa Federation. Arif Bhai Jeksi, if you can take 1 person. If you can please, I don't know, my Secretary General is not here, and maybe Zafar, the AB team for Australasia, I don't know whether they are there. Australasia, Pakistan, and India, yeah? We have the India Federation Secretary General, but he's also part of the team. So, Mohsin Bhai Dharamsi, you will need 2 people from India Federation to join them, yeah? In the meantime, I will ask Makbul Bhai to summarize succinctly all the any other key points that need to be addressed in the context of the structure and SOP, and then we'll call a break, and then you can join them if required. Yes. Okay. Please, yeah. If are we okay? Amin bhai dekha tha nathi che? Okay. Please, Asan. Thank you. Okay. Makbul bhai, in the meantime, you can continue and start responding to a few of the points. And
okay. With the permission of the chair, I would like to start addressing some of the points that were raised. There was one emerging point which was repeated by many people, which the import of it was that the power is being given to the trustees where it should have been given to the conference. And specific instances were given. So, for example, ADR said ADR chair should be appointed not by the trustees, not the board of trustees, but should be appointed by the conference. So in a wide range of areas, I must admit upfront that in the course of writing up this documentation, they have crept in a lot of errors that should not have. We did not intend to take away power from the EXCO, for example, and give it to BOT as such. But the thing was that, what we did internally is we actually prepared amendments to, for example, the constitutional provisions which need to be amended. So, for example, in relation to the appointment of the chair of ADRB, in terms of the rules of procedures and the charter that would be approved, those are given to the conference. So I would seek indulgence of the conference that, look, we are going to deal with those. It was never intended to do it that way. Now, there are some issues which are clearly to be decided. And there are key issues that are decided by the conference, by members, by discussions, etc., and here on this, in this particular gathering. One thing is, what do we do? Do we retain EXCO or do we remove it? And that's a really key issue, because a lot of things was consequent upon the issue, the question of EXCO taking the place of annual conferences or annual conferences sufficing as a substitute for EXCO. But if in fact there is a very clear consensus that they want it in one particular way, for example, that they want to retain, you want to retain EXCO, or you want to retain, you want to see what are the ways in which EXCO functions can be dealt with. We will not be able to finalize any documentation, and it was never intended that we'll come here as CRC with a finalized proposal that is going to be simply put to the members present here, to the delegates, to agree or vote on. What was the idea was that there should be consultation which could not take place. The consultation, one mechanism of consultation was through the various representatives of the regional bodies that were incorporated in CRC. So we got some feedback, and some very valuable feedback on that. But we did not get maybe full consultation process going with both the grassroots or with others. So once the documents were published, once they were put in the public domain, we started getting a lot of comments. And those comments related to a number of things. So to simply summarize on that, when we, for example, when application for membership, in our draft we said it is the trustees who get the application, but we provided that it should be put to the next conference. So it was not really given to the trustees. And then when there was a hearing about violation of constitution and conference decisions, it was something that was handled by the Board of Trustees, but then in consultation with the liaison, the consultative body, but then there was an appeal against that decision to the conference. And when on the question of subscription, it was determined by the trustees in consultation with the consultative body, but then it was determined in consultation with this consultative body. So we had a number of areas. There was one point mentioned that if a member wishes to change the the Constitution and wants to change essentially the constitutions that it has got, which was registered with the World Federation. If it is incompatible with the objectives of the World Federation, then this is a matter which was then having to be determined by reference to the conference, again to the conference. So there are a number of areas where we were actually seeking that the conference should make these decisions. But that's one. The second thing was in terms of the terms of reference of the consultative body. Mohsin Bhai mentioned that in the duties in the draft, it was simply blandly mentioned that this was to seek advice as and when. But we also, in addition, said in 10 different places that these are the matters on which the executive, the Board of Trustees must consult with the consultative body. So we try to balance it there, that there must be a consultation. Now, of course, for the SOP, everything depends on what kind of elections are determined, whether it's to be grassroots or is it to be conference. And a lot will depend on that. So, in a sense, we are in a limbo as to what we could even say in the SOP. SOP was based on a certain assumption. There's going to be digital online voting with external bodies. That clearly, there is a view being expressed here that that is not considered on by the people, by the delegates here. They do not prefer that. They don't want, some of them are saying that this should be determined entirely by the regional members. And at the moment, it is the regional members who determine how elections are run. We just get, the World Federation election commissioners get the votes, which have been conducted by the regional bodies. We were thinking in terms of saying, okay, can we make it better? Can you improve it? Can we update the way in which this could be done? And there are many issues with grassroots election. Of course, the arguments that was presented for grassroots election, on one hand, was that there should be a connection between the grassroots and the person who is standing for elections, so that there is a feeling that this president is being elected by the grassroots. But I also acknowledge that there are problems, and there have been problems. So again, here our SOP has to really depend on how we go, whether we go for grassroots elections or we go for conference elections. So this is a matter which would have to have some more discussion. Additionally, in relation to the feedback. So we got feedback from the regional members in writing, and this is something that clearly has to be considered in the finalization of the documents. We have not got to the stage of saying we will make all the amendments based on the feedback, because the documents were issued before the feedback, so we didn't know what degree of feedback we are going to get. We got extensive feedback from Courage, from Africa, from Pakistan. We got so many, and also from individuals. So all of that has to be, in fact, incorporated. And we also have borne in mind that at one point when we get consensus on the key elements of the Constitution, the SOP, and the alternative dispute resolution mechanism, then we can go and say we finalize it at that stage. Because at the moment, things are changing. Things could change. Even during this conference, before this conference, we had no idea that there is going to be such a strong preference for retaining EXCO. We had no idea that there is going to be such a possibility of going back to conference election. Now, these are key elements in the structure. And also, the issue of exactly how many trustees we have in the Board of Trustees is something that has to be decided. Whether it should be, we put it as 6 office bearers because we knew the 6 office bearers have to be there. But we did not rule out the possibility of having additional trustees. So, of course, that is a decision that the conference has to make. That, look, what additional trustees you want and how you want it. We couldn't finalize that particular aspect of the draft without getting feedback. And I think this conference has been so valuable in terms of exactly the kind of feedback that is necessary. In relation to the, again relating to the charter, the rules and regulations and the procedures, someone asked, what are the procedures for the Board of Trustees? We have not sought to include any of that at this stage. And of course, if it is, at the moment, I believe EXCO rules and there are no rules of procedure per se that have been written out somewhere that you can have a look at and say, okay, these are the EXCO rules of procedure. We can certainly put rules of procedure for Board of Trustees. We can put rules of procedure for EXCO if EXCO is retained. And we can put the necessary procedures, for example, the dispute resolution mechanism charter. But that will have to depend for a very clear direction from the conference as to where it wants to go. If the conference determines these key elements and tells us that this is where it wants to go, and this is where the consensus is being built to develop, to go forward, then it makes our task much easier, because everything at the moment is changing in terms of possibility of, it could be some other way to do it. So I think essentially what I've tried to do is to assure the conference that when it comes to drafting, when it comes to all these areas where there is an impression that a lot of power has been given to the Board of Trustees as opposed to the conference, many of it we are in the process of identifying and rectifying as a result of feedback from this conference. We'll be doing that. But the process is that once we have got the feedback and we know where the consensus lies, then we can sit with the lawyers and prepare a properly drafted documentation. But to do that at this stage is difficult because we don't know where the consensus is. And I think I would urge this conference that one thing that we should try to develop is a consensus on how we deal with elections. Is it grassroots or is it conference election? How we deal with the procedures in the SOP for adjudication, that's very, very important. And how we deal with the issue of the composition of the Board of Trustees, how many, what kind of representation from the regions, etc. That's very important. So, and overall to see what are the powers that have been given to the Board of Trustees and how we should be placing it in the conference. Now, one more thing about consultative body, and I think it's very important that people realize this or appreciate it. The consultative body is something that was not there. It was added as something that will give value to the World Federation by giving expertise, by giving regional membership perspectives, by being able to consult with the Board of Trustees directly. Some of you may feel that if you have EXCO retained, you probably don't need a consultative body, because if EXCO is going to meet several times in a year, we are already having consultation not only with the regional members, but also with a wider group in EXCO. It may well be that this consultative body, depending on the decisions being made on the different areas, may or may not be necessary or may not be something that you would want to continue with. but it was being offered as a possibility in the context of a board of trustee that could be extended to up to 12, for example, and then this consultative body, and then to have a conference, thereby not in obviating the need for EXCO, but giving all the powers of EXCO to the conference. So that was the overall scheme. And I hope I have been able to address all the questions that were raised. There's a lot of work for us to be done after this consensus has been built. A lot of things that need to be done. This is not a finished product in any way. And the process is ongoing. It will be something that probably needs some time. There was one other point, that there was a drafting error, that we said that these constitutional amendments will come into effect after the charity commissioners have approved it. And then there is a contradictory statement being put there as well, that this takes effect immediately upon the conference passing it. No, it can't be. So clearly these are matters which should be recognized as either clerical or drafting matters. And I can assure you that we will take care of those matters to make the whole thing consistent. And also look at the entire balance of power between the trustees and the conference. Whatever way the conference goes, if the conference says they want EXCO to be retained, fine. Then we'll have to structure accordingly. But remember that the existing constitution needs to be changed in a number of areas that are identified to make it in accordance with the charity law. The point raised by Mohsin Bhai, that the charity law 2022 is still in the process of 2022, 2023 is still in the process of being brought into effect. But we have spoken with our lawyers. They've assured us that everything that we have done is in accordance with the charity law in force at the moment. And they are not expecting those areas to be changed. So we certainly have taken into account whatever is required under the charity law at the moment. I think with that, I'll end unless there is anything that I have. What is that? Okay. So now there was an issue raised that, look, if you are going to make imposition and requirement on the regional members to say that they must have youth representatives and women representatives in the leadership structures, I think the point is well made. If in fact we are requiring the regional bodies to do that, there has to be a change also at the very top level. We cannot say the World Federation is exempt from doing that. We have to provide for women representation, and we have to provide for youth representation. And this is something that was borne out by the Youth Conference. The Youth Conference eminently demonstrated that the youths are ready to take part in decision-making in all our community institutions. They are ready, they want to, and they are prepared, they are professionally also equipped to do that. They have got professional skills, and therefore we should, I accept the point that that is something that will need to be taken as well. Is there anything other? Yeah. Now the question was, the powers, if you look at the structure, the one that the CRC put forward, which we said it could be modified, the top was Board of Trustees with X number of trustees. It could be any number. Certainly 6 office bearers have to be there. That's given. Then we said, okay, we are not going to have EXCO because we are going to have annual conferences, and we streamline annual conferences. This could be held even earlier. So it's an issue for the conference to decide, are annual conferences sufficient? Is EXCO functionality being served? Can it be better served by the conference or not? Now that is a view that has to be taken by the conference, because you have been attending EXCO, you have been attending conferences, and the way in which it will work is something You can look at the numbers, 71 at the moment in EXCO members. We are aiming at about 121 for the conference. So the issue is, will it work? Will it give you the functionality of EXCO? As far as powers are concerned, powers belong to the conference. The only reason EXCO has got powers is because it is between conferences. So the scheme was between conferences, EXCO has power. And between EXCO, because you don't meet every day, someone has to make decisions all the time. It's the board, it's the office bearers. But they are operating under delegated authority because the management functions are given to the EXCO. And therefore, EXCO is delegating specific authority to carry out the functions of the office bearers to the office bearers. But we cannot have a situation where the EXCO decides that this must be done, whether or not it is in accordance with charity law. That cannot be the case, because we cannot be in default of charity law. We are based in law in England here, in England, UK, and here is a charity, very defined charity law. Also, you want to make sure that the EXCO and the conference realize that you cannot make instructions which are illegal, which are unlawful, which will put the office bearers in default, risk of violation. You can't do that. So there will be a process in which, the office bearers in that situation will simply have to say, sorry, EXCO, you are making this decision. I have no powers. I have no powers to carry it out. And even if you put in the Constitution that we are requiring you to do that, I will not do it. I will not put myself at risk. And in fact, one of the scenarios is that in that case, the office bearers may simply have to tell EXCO, look, if you're not listening to the laws, the requirements of the law, we cannot do it. We just have to stop. We can't function in this particular way. So I think there are issues like that. Powers between conference, powers between EXCO, and powers of office bearers, which are essentially, since EXCO has got all the management powers, explicit management powers, between EXCO, it is the office bearers, they are exercising the powers on the basis of authorization and delegation by the EXCO. But it does not also mean, on an interpretation that may be considered to be maybe tenable, that doesn't mean that EXCO is charity trustee. Because the charity trustees in the World Federation, Constitution are defined. The charity trustees for the purposes of charity law are who? The office bearers. So we have a clear distinction being made. Although it can be argued that under charity law, if you define a charity trustee, a managing trustee, under charity law is anyone who takes part in management of the trustee. It's quite possible that someone may argue that if EXCO are exercising management powers of the trustee, aren't they operating as a charity trustee themselves? But I think the Constitution makes it quite clear that, look, as far as charity trustees are concerned, we are not looking at EXCO, we are looking only at office bearers. But then the powers are given and the responsibilities are being given and the liabilities are being given to the charity trustees, with the authority to instruct being given to the EXCO. So EXCO has the power to instruct. EXCO says, we make a decision that we want this to be done. And you office bearers must do that. And if the office bearer says, sorry, our legal opinion is we can't do that because it is in default of the law. And the EXCO says, no, you must do it because this is our decision. That's not tenable. That is not viable. So you see, we need to do something to the existing constitution, regardless of whichever way this conference goes, to make it in line with the charity law. Even if you have EXCO,
even if you don't have EXCO, even if you go for SOP with grassroots or non-grassroots, we still have to do some work on the existing constitution. And this is where the point that was being made by Ahmad by Hassam, that look, we need to upgrade the existing constitution. This constitution was made probably 41 years ago, updated or reviewed and amended from time to time, but the structure is the same. When you were there at the conference in Mullah Asghar, when Mullah Asghar in London set up a conference, there was office bearers, part of EXCO, and conference. This is the same structure that was started by Marhum Mullah. And it has continued. And now everyone has got so much used to it because they've operated it within 40 years plus, that people are very, very loath, unwilling to say, okay, why do you want to change it? Why should you change it? Okay, the argument is there. If it is working, why change? But there's also the argument that because we want to make it aligned with the charity law, and because there's a dysfunctionality between liabilities and power, authority, we need to do something. Even if it's a modified EXCO arrangement, we can't leave it as it is. We can't simply have SOP. It will not work under the existing constitution. If you have to go, we have to know the elements of the SOP. So we have a lot of work to actually come to the end of this process. And I personally feel that we have just started it. Why? Because the consultation has just begun. We didn't have this kind of consultation. Right now, we sat with the regional heads and started asking, what do you want? What is the consensus? Now we are talking about different ways in which we can deal with these matters. But the important thing is to develop a consensus, somewhere around which we can say that, look, the drafters of the constitution or the people, the CRC people, can now work out a constitution based on the solid foundation of consensus, which we didn't have.
Thank you, Makbul. But I think my main objective was for you to tackle the key issues that have been raised by this House. I think that has been partially done, which we appreciate. And as far as your late views are concerned, that is your opinion about how things should proceed. Ultimately, we'll have to make that call from here. But I think Akil Bhai has a question, and then I want to see if Rasul Bhai, Ghulam Bhai have anything else to end. Otherwise, I would like us to take a break. I think we all are exhausted. Half the people are out of the room, and I know that there is a team there with all the 6 regions and the electoral commissioner team, part of the team that are having a deliberation, which is helpful. So with Akil Bhai's comment, then we will close.
Then there's another one here.
Okay, Dr. Saab. Okay, and then we will close. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Break.
As per the response about the individual feedback, who are these individual? Because personally, as a councillor and delegate of Africa Federation, we have been asking these documents. We have never got, we just got the real document 3 or 4 days before. What we got was just a draft without comparison. So I would like to know who are these individuals and what process did you use to get these individuals?
Okay, can I respond to that?
Yeah, sure.
As far as CRC was concerned, the moment the documents were put in the public domain, there was an invitation being given to everyone to say, okay, can you just give us the feedback? So on certain matters, the ulama, Maulanas, 3 Maulanas were asked for feedback. And Sheikh Ali Dina, Sheikh Haider, and there were a few that gave us their feedback on certain aspects of our definitions to see whether it is in aligned.
Bhai, sorry to interrupt. Is it okay if the Secretary General can provide, because the documents, he can explain when the documents were provided to the regions and when it went out for wider consultation?
Thank you, Akil Bhai. This is a good question. On the 8th of April, the full pack of the 3 documents, the Constitution, the SOP, and the ADR, were communicated to the councillors but addressed in the same email, delegates. In the same, we have asked the Secretary Generals to share to the respective delegates. Why? Because of course delegates are appointed sometimes later. It all depends on the whole region's own momentum. After that had been done, there was a news wire which came out, because one of the key things as well from the conference was the engagement across. At that point, as Muallim Maqbool Bhai, he said, we had already engaged with ulama, but that happened way before the 8th of April. It's not that you engage with ulama afterwards, no. As per the resolution, they were engaged first. And in a few ways. One is it something which is against the religious edicts? Number two, is it something which feels that it is not right that you go down a rabbit hole which could be religiously a risk factor? And yes, Sheikh Alidina was there, Sheikh Nadir Jafar from India, Sayyid Maulana Rizvi, Sheikh Safdar Razi, and Sheikh Nuru. So people who everyone in the community respects, and they are of great level and of deep knowledge. When it comes to the legal part, you have already heard from the chairman, but specifically the CRC, that they have taken legal counsel as well. What maybe is also important, that this shikwa or shikayat that we have not received, and if we came towards the end, actually that my dear colleagues, the Secretary Generals, the members of the Regional Federation, they need to permeate that information out. So for example, when it comes to Africa, I know you guys had a Supreme Council, COEJ has its own meeting, Nasimco has its own meeting, and this is where the CRC members should have been invited, for example. That could have been a way. And in some areas, the respective representative were there. I want to see, Akiba, have I answered your question the way you expected? But the grassroots feedback specifically, we have heard from people. Brother Kumail Manji sent one in after that the newswire went out. We have received from Brother Murtaza Jafar from Africa, Kenya, a solicitor or lawyer. We have received feedback from various small points by email and parts. We have also, which are multiple, yeah? But I'm telling those two which I just mentioned were the whole constitution they gave feedback on. We have thereafter received further feedback from Pakistan Federation officially. We being CRC, not Secretary General, okay, CRC. There's also been feedback from Africa Federation post the Supreme Council, with letter as well as these are our viewpoints. If you heard carefully that yesterday Muallim Maqbool started off that what kind of feedback has been received by categories, columns. And today he has gone deeper in to say that what kind of feedback there is, be that structure, be that Hoja, and so forth. Does that help to say?
Mr. Chairman, just for your information, I'm even in the CRC of Dar es Salaam Jamaat. We are just sharing the knowledge at the moment, information. When the resolution says that you have to get a feedback from the member, that is a grassroots, this was supposed to be done before closing or releasing this constitution review document. My question is, as you have mentioned that you have got the feedback from individuals, is this feedback before releasing the document? Because that is resolution is directing you, not after releasing the document. That is the actual process.
There is a bit of chicken and the egg. Let me explain a bit.
Yeah.
When in September of 2022, an executive council meeting was called in a hybrid fashion, physical was in Australia, rest of the world, pre-reads were sent out globally. On the back of that, actually many grassroots started actually saying that these are some of the feedbacks. There were two kinds of feedbacks which came back. One is those YouTube watchers, those grassroots who watch the exco and read the pre-read. And the second kind of feedback which was received are from the councillors. You can't say delegates at that time because it's councillors who attend the Executive Council. But because it's open and transparent, all the stuff which was presented was actually online, and hence there has been some consultation. That's why, if I give you an example, what was presented in the Executive Council meeting in Australia versus the final document is considerably different. I give you a few examples, and you can see that the records are there. There was the view from the CRC as their preliminary view that you have a conference of two sizes. One is interterm and one is triennial. Now I'll give you an example. One of the feedback was from Africa Federation councillors and office bearers that this doesn't make sense. This is a bit wonky. How will you be able to control a different size? Another thing which was on the table was that please, when you look at who are the people sitting at the table at your new proposed conference, that they need to be elected at their own regional level. For example, when it comes to COEG, they would elect it at their EXCO level. When it comes to Africa, they would elect at Supreme Council level, but be elected, not appointed. The feedback then from various quarters, Africa in particular, for example, their view is that no, we would like to appoint. And that was a big point. Feedback about female participation, that stayed, even though, and that was after consultation. Okay, I'm giving you a few examples of how things have changed. The number of how many people would be there. So you would basically have a conference which is approximately the size of current EXCO, 60, 70, that was presented in Australia. Whilst the triennial would be approximately the same size or if not bigger, 160 plus or 160 and above. So that was changed again. And there are also some other points which were changed. Another important point from an SOP point of view, at that point already there was a recommendation of having digital voting. At that point, very interesting, it was a quite positive view, almost at the, dare I say, consensus, that all the regions wanted to go for digital or electronic election. Thereafter, we are coming to the month of approximately November, December, up to about January, the pendulum shifted. I'm just looking at my colleagues. I wanted to see, does it resonate sort of step by step? Have I missed a step there? Because here the question is how people have been consulted. And what I'm trying to say is it's also very difficult to consult every grassroots if you do not prepare your proposed pack like much earlier as well. I think that would be ideal, but one of the things, now I'm going to be a bit, give a shikayat in the other way, that we tried our very best to engage with every region, and sometimes our members and our regions unfortunately did not engage in the meetings when we called them. Sorry. Okay, Hassan.
Okay. Second thing, I just want to draw your attention or enlighten me. I've noted in the Constitution Review document, there is an item of khums. Yeah, I've never seen that in any document of our community. To my understanding, COMS is given to individual, the chairman, and not to the institution. Am I correct? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you are correct.
So if it is given to the chairman, are you going to submit the accounts for the COMS? Because when you put a document about COMS, then that belongs to institution and not an individual ijaza holder. I'm not very versed on this COMS matter, but I would like to be educated on that. How would you?
Sure, I can answer that, although it's more of a kind of a religious question, and then we'll go to the. So look, you are right that the ijaza of the COMS is an individual ijaza. His Eminence gives ijaza, has given me the ijaza, likewise has given ijaza to Amin Bhai, but ijaza in virtue of the fact that I am the president of the World Federation. It's not a personal ijaza in virtue of the tomorrow I end my presidency, my ijaza will also end. So because of that, I hold myself morally obliged for every penny of COMS that I agree to spend. I want to make sure my institution gives full accountability of that. So it is by virtue of that that you would want the transparency and accountable and governance to be facilitated in the Constitution. As far as Aga is concerned, he only knows me. But he has done it because I'm the president of the World Federation, leaving my discretion to decide how I want to adapt with my institution. We are under the UK charity law. And under the UK charity law, all the 6 trustees are equally responsible. So because of that, and the ijaza that I have, that becomes mandatory as part of the law of the land, you see? So it is in that context that I have to make sure I'm accountable to my organization. I hope that helps.
Yeah. Final. I'll come later on. You can go ahead.
Sure. Dr. Saab Jiva. And then Kazim after that, yeah?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I would like to thank Makbul Bhai for elaborating on the information which you gave. And also Arif Bhai, he tried to explain it to us, the question which I asked about the grassroots feedback. What I asked the question was that from how many regions did we receive the grassroots information and what were the numbers? Because if we are even looking into now changing the constitution, the election of the presidents, it will be very important to find out that how much grassroots are actually responding to our, whatever information we give it to them.
Yeah, so look, Dr. Saab, your question is valid, and I think the Secretary General has already provided you the insight. And the reality is that the grassroots feedback, in my knowledge, is limited. I agree with you. Is limited. I wish we had more time to do it, and maybe if we have to move in that direction, once conceptually we are ready, maybe we'll move in that direction. But many people are not in this room, but we have got to sort the SOP out at a minimum, because we cannot afford another election, which is coming very soon, into a mess. So the consensus of this House is important. We will be guided by you. Let's see what the team is coming up with. They are having intense discussions. Let's get their feedback. In the next couple of hours, we have to make some key decisions. Are we agreeing conceptually on something, or are we still miles apart? Do we need to give probably a little more time to the CRC, co-op more members? We are open to any permutation and combination to make sure that this constitution, whatever it is, gets consensus of this House, plus it is the best constitution to protect our institution for the next 50 years. Okay. Kazim Bhai Mehdi.
Thank you very much. This question actually goes to Dr. Saab. I think he's busy. Is he listening?
Which doctor? Makbul?
Makbul Bhai.
Okay, Bismillah.
Dr. Saab, the question comes is, I know World Federation is going to go to CIO later on. We are not allowed now to do it. If we do adopt this, whatever fashion we come out with a compromise and all that, will that qualify for CIO, or we have to come back and change again to get into CIO?
Thank you. I think that's clearly, you know, for CIO, there are formats that have been published. And those formats that have been published are guidance format by the Charity Commission. And if we have everything sorted out here in terms of our concepts, our, you know, key elements, we will be able to put it in with that particular format. Because mainly there are some legal requirements that they want to see, which are for governance purposes, but they don't in fact they don't relate to the internal governance. It is something that is the document, the CIO document allows us to have our internal governance. The only problem that you have is that they expect 2 layers of decision making. And if they think that we have 3 layers, it was indicated by people who have been in touch with Charity Commission, etc., that there may be a problem. They may raise a problem because they are not familiar with these 3 tiers. But that is the only issue.
So a follow-up question, if I can, please. The chair, can I follow up the question with that?
Yes, please.
So so we have to be careful how then whatever compromise comes in, it stays with the 2-tier type, no?
So, can I just answer this? So, I think if you go on the charity website, there's actually a model CIO constitution on there. Yeah? Now, one of the things which I think the document that we've presented to you, the conflict of interest section is not included in there. So we will have to add that conflict of interest clauses in the CIO, because that's part, if you look at that template, it's there. So we'll probably have to add that. With regards to the issue of the tier system, I guess once we make the application and when we send our constitution to them, they will then come back and then they will recommend certain changes. And then we'll have to bring that back to you and say, these are some of the changes that which we will need to do to convert into a CIO. In that, they may decide that the system that we currently have the structure may need to be modified, and in that case, we will have to modify the structure.
Thank you.
Before I come to Akil, there was another hand there, or was I wrong? Okay, we'll take Zulibai and then we'll come to you. Zulibai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought that maybe earlier on I gave up my chance, so maybe this would be an opportunity to get a little bit of an insight, with your permission, from the CRC team. I do recognize that, the existing document is still going through some changes and verification, but it might be helpful to understand that as this document was being drafted, written, conceptually first being discussed, obviously there was probably examples that were taken. So are there institutions that run, and I know we are moving from a 3-tier to a 2-tier, whether it goes through or doesn't, it doesn't matter, but we may have taken these as learnings from other institutions. So maybe a little bit of light, if there are institutions that run on these kind of principles, number one, what has been the track record? How long have they been running? How successful have they been? And so on and so forth, number one. Number two, as we are moving in, and I'm sure there's at every point, there are risks that are dispensed or totally protected, and there are risks that you open up and say that, we'll have to put mitigations around it. So when we were proposing this format, I would like to understand that what risks did the CRC identify, and what was their thinking around the mitigants that were built in? Because there's been a lot of discussion around the 3 principles on the structure. One being power shift, number 2, independence, and 3, accountability and reporting and responsibility. So these I thought was 3 themes. Now, as you are moving, you must have identified, or the CRC, I beg your pardon, Mr. Chairman, the CRC must have identified that these are the risks we are transitioning towards. Some are mitigatable, some are already protected with, follow-on clauses, and some are things that could potentially, open up. So maybe a perspective with that would be helpful.
Okay. Zulfikar Bhai, so this CIO part, and what has it to do with this, first of all? This very House passed 2 resolutions. One is to form a CRC and look at the Constitution. Number 2, a mandate to go ahead for a CIO application. What maybe I've noticed from discussions, it has been mentioned, but it seems like not everyone has understood. May I just ask for, thank you. When a CIO application is done, it forms within a template. That template means that your constitution has to fit within that template. Of course, as a charity, World Federation, the conference didn't give a mandate to change the constitution when you apply CIO. So how do you go about? You go and apply in a way with minimal change. So what has gone out as an application is with the current structure. However, lawyers have said this has got minimal possibility of being accepted. The Charity Commission came back, they've not reviewed it. They've even not wanted to look at it because they said you got a court case going on at this moment. Until that legal part is over, then we'll consider it. But the CRC has asked for legal advice on more than one occasion and also documented, which the minutes have been shared, that the chance of having more than 2 layers of governance is very low probability of getting it passed. Now to your specific question, the CIO structure has been around for just over a certain decade, but not more than 2 decades. So around 13 or 14 years. Now don't exactly quote me, it's approximately ballpark. If you look at other big charities who have been around and established for longer time, the United Kingdom is quite known for Muslim population in Europe. Those charities have been around for a long time, and many have gone for a different, but that's earlier than those 12, 14 years ago. If you look at now, most of these who want to then handle assets have gone down the CIO route. Looking at what kind of and if you go and look through the list of people, entities who have gone down the CIO route, what we have understood is they've all gone for 1 tier or 2 tier, but not further, because there is a limitation in that template. Lastly, when you apply for a CIO application, this conference will then again have to decide on, when the feedback comes back from the Charity Commission on changes in the Constitution. Maybe something doesn't work. So there could be what you would call, even though I am a keen table tennis player, this could become a bit of a ping pong match again. Okay? So I just wanted to share that. You asked specifically which charity, I don't have that at hand here, but that can be looked into. Hope it answers some parts. Thank you.
So, yeah. So we have a few people who have raised their hands, so I'll I think we made a note, and then some few hands have also gone up.
Mr. Chairman, part of my question is not answered. I mean, I wouldn't want to impose, I deeply respect the chair, but I had asked that, what were the risks, the critical risks that were identified, and what are the, mitigants that are either built or could potentially catch up?
Okay, sure. I think I'll ask the team to respond to that. There has been a suggestion, and we have somebody with us here who has had the experience working with CIO recently. And Dr. Nizar Meral is there. If you don't mind, I'm told that you have some feedback you can provide with your recent application. Yeah. So if it's okay, I'd like to give you a couple of minutes if we can give him a mic. It'll just help in the discussion. I know it's not directly relevant, but it is important, and it will come at some point in time.
Thank you very much, Safdar. So can I just clarify that the experience I have is with the Constitution that Maqbool Rahim helped us develop quite a few years ago. And I just wanted to remind him, you asked him, sorry, I don't know your name, you asked him an example of a two-tier constitution that he might have considered. So I want to remind Maqbool and the team here that I am a counselor within an organization called Shia Ithnashari Community of Middlesex locally, popularly known as the Salam Center. And the constitution is exceedingly robust. In fact, many people have asked me during my fundraising attempts, many people have asked me, what if it's taken over by this or that community? And I respond to them to say that this constitution of Mahfil Ali Sikkim Salam Center is more robust than any Jamaat constitution. So it is a two-tier system. So we have a top counselors, top list of counselors, 120 counselors. So equivalent would be the conference. Yeah, the conference is a top team. The council is the top team. That's the main decision maker. It's the council that appoints the executive, so that could be the EXCO, and it's a council that appoints the trustees. And then there are strict rules, for example, how often should the executive should be appointed, how often should the trustees be appointed, and the trustees has to resign every 2 years. Next one, no trustee can carry on remaining as trustee. So what I'm saying, there's a robust two-tier constitution that I just want to remind Maqbool Rahim that you actually helped us develop, and alhamdulillah, it's working very well. Absolutely no problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I know the few people have raised hands. I have a suggestion, if I may, because people are exhausted. There have also been requests for a break. I'm informed that the team will be ready in the next 10 to 15 minutes. My humble suggestion is we take a break. I think we all need a little break. I certainly need a break. And if that's okay, we take a recess for 15 minutes. By that time, the team should be here, and then we should be able to understand how we are moving forward. Thank you so much. Sant.